Stops right. I gotta walk about 3 blocks. I hope it stops.
Hope it
right.
doesn't rain.
Miss my arrow. Michael here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this morning's ZBA hearing. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr.
and our
Chairman.
Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, and our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty. A recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter an appearance to become an interested party in the case. There are 3 ways. You can identify the case property address in your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appealed case. Following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you will raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. If you're participating by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Art Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for today. Number 1, MI 2024-004-576, 5963 Kemble Avenue. We believe this is a joint continuance. Is Stephen Gaines in the audience?
Good morning, Chair. This is Jasmine, and I will be your co-host for this morning's session. I do not see anyone in the audience with that name.
Okay, thank you. So MI 2024-004-576, 5963 Kemble Avenue. This case is continued to 5/13/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 4. Number 4, MI 2025-002-821, 2226 West Tioga Street. That case is continued, attorney moving party. Number 5, MI 2025-002-824, 2224 West Tioga Street. That case is continued, attorney moving party. Number 7, MI 2025-002-860, 2169 North 29th Street. Carlos Payne is the listed owner. We have a request for a continuance from Councilmember Young's office, and we do not have any exhibits for this case. Is Carlos Payne in the audience?
Chair, I see no one in the audience with that name.
Okay, so number 7, MI 2025-002-860, 2169 North 29th Street. That case is continued to 5/13/26 at 9:30 a.m. Mark must be heard. Number 10, MI 2025 002-917-5323 Ray Street. This case is continued to January 21st at 9:30 a.m. Number 13, MI 2025-003-279, 2719 North 7th Street. That case is continued until 5/13/26 at 9:30 a.m. And number 14, MI 2025-004-012, 8636 Dipman Street. Paul Santalaire is the owner. We believe he wants a refusal. We do not have the proper paperwork. Mr. Santalaire?
Chair, I see no one in the audience with that
Okay,
name.
so MI 2025-004-012, 8636 Dipman Street. That case is continued until 5/13/26 at 9:30 a.m. Mark must be heard. Are there any other requests for continuances? Go on, 15, okay. The other page.
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
No, hold on 1 minute. So MI 2025-004-190-3445 Melvale Street. That case is continued to 5/13/26 at 9:30 a.m. Any other requests for continuances?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
We're going to go to our add-on list. MI 2025-004-5. Okay, hold on 1 minute. One more case. Number 11, MI 2025-003-170, 4200 Elsinore Street. Yudelka Herrera is the listed owner. This is the first listing. We have no exhibits.
Chair, Yudelka Herrera has been allowed to speak.
Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Yudelka Herrera with the address 4200 Elsinore Street in Philadelphia.
Could you spell your name for the stenographer, please?
Yudelka, last name Herrera.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
We do not have your exhibits yet.
Yes, I need to ask for a continuance meeting
Okay,
because
all right.
I have to produce more evidence.
Okay, all right. So MI 2025-003-170, 4200 Elsinore Street. That case is continued to 5/13/26 at 9:30 a.m. and Mark must be heard, okay? Thank you very
Thank-
much.
Thank you.
All right, to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2025-004-506, 5969 Ogons Avenue. I vote yes.
Okay.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Goes first.
Okay. All right. Number 2, everybody's good? Number 2.
Yeah, I'm not on that one.
All right, MI 2024-001-848, 2055 Chelton Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Approved use for ground floor commercial space is business and professional office only. maximum 3 dwelling units, no household living in the basement, no roof, deck, or deck access structures, revised plans, 1 page, stamped by ZBA on November 19th, 2025.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Aya Nguyen, my vote is yes with provisos.
Chair, sorry to interrupt. Folks in the hearing room, if you have a device on, can you make sure that the speaker on your device is off and the microphone on your device is off? We're getting a little echo in the room. Thank you.
Number 3, MI 2024 006815, 2000 West Venango Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Number 4, MI 2025 002787, 2230 West Ontario Street. I vote yes with proviso, maximum 2 units, no household living in basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Number 5, MI 2024 005744, 4858 Fairmont Avenue. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, December 3rd at 9:30 a.m. We're going to go to our regular list. We're going to start with number 8, MI 2025 002 862, 1831 Fernon Street. Kenyatta E. Abner is the owner applicant. This is a pro se. Oh, morning. Make sure the mics want to get it nice and close to you. Good morning. Could you, yeah.
Testing.
Sure.
There we
Could you
go.
please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Kenyatta E. Abner, first name Kenyatta, Kenyatta, middle initial E, last name Abner, Abner.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, so this application is for use as a visitor accommodation in an existing attached structure. No sign on this permit. The proposed use, visitor accommodation, is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. There is unanimous support from the Point Breeze Community Development Coalition, and an application provided by of the petition, support with 18 signatures, 14 from the block.
yes,
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you emailed your documents 5 days in advance of the hearing?
yes,
And do you stipulate to the reading of the refusal?
yes,
I mean, the way the reading of the refusal stipulate to its accuracy?
that's correct.
All right, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Yes, I'm asking for a variance for a short-term license.
Why don't you turn on your documents? Yeah, here you go. There we go.
And are you logged into the meeting now? Oh, you are. You're good to go. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Right now, we're presenting the letter from the community of Point
Yep.
Breeze. The approval letter.
Yeah, she'll move your documents and you can talk.
Thank you. Appreciate it. This is the approval letter from the neighborhood
Stay
community.
close to the mic, please.
Yeah, can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, this is the approval letter from Point Breeze Community Development Coalition.
Keep moving.
This is
We
my,
have your deed.
This is my deed.
right?
Mhm.
We have your certificate
This
of
is my
tax
certificate
clearance.
of
Yep.
clearance, yes. This is the second bedroom of 1831 Fernand Street.
This is on the first floor or the second?
Second floor.
Second floor, okay.
This is the yard at 1831 Fernand Street, backyard.
Right.
The basement of 1831 Fernand Street. A bathroom of 1831 Fernand Street. This is the front of the property, 1831 Fernand Street, with the window notices at the window. Here's a closer look of 1831 Fernand Street window notice. Master bedroom, 1831 Fernand Street. This is a neighborhood signatures for people who live on the block that I got from door to door. This here is the mailing notices to the neighborhood of 1831 Fernand Street. And this is my ID. That's it. And that's all we have at the moment.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Yeah, so just to be clear, this is a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house?
Yes,
Okay, and you're proposing that the whole house be visitor accommodations?
that's correct.
Have you managed any visitor accommodations? And so like, what's your management plan for the property?
Yes, I've been managing this property for quite some time in this style of, I do it all personally myself. So I do the cleaning, booking. So I pretty much handle all hands-on.
And do you live in the neighborhood?
I'm born and raised in South Philadelphia, yes.
And then just my one other question is, I saw that you did have a signature from 1833, but have you talked to the neighbors at 1829 Fernand Street as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And then-
All those are my close friends and
Okay.
neighbors, yes.
Okay, other questions?
Do you know of any other visitor accommodations on the block?
No, at the moment, I'm the only one on that particular block. I think the next closest one would be on Tasker Street, which would be around the corner, directly around the corner.
And the question of the basement, what's happening in the basement?
The basement is just a washer and dryer area.
Okay.
Yes.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the audience here?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission,
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMY BOYD.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodation.
Number 8, MI 2025-002-862-1831 Fernand Street. I vote yes for a temporary variance that will expire 11/20/2028.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
I win, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you. You
Thank
have your
you.
votes.
I have another one scheduled for 3:30 this.
We got, in other words, what we do is we notify people when hearings are, so just in case people are going to show up. So we'll see you at 3:30, or you'll call in at 3:30.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to our regular list. Number 2, MI 000432, 5118 North Broad Street. Vern Anastasio or Harry Cook are the attorneys. This is a resumptive hearing.
Harry Cook will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning, Mr. Cook. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Harry Cook, Harrycook, Anastasio Law.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
So this is a resumptive hearing, and here's where we would be today on the resumptive hearing. You will provide supplemental information for the appellant. There'll be questions from the board. There'll be public testimony limited to the supplemental information, and Planning Commission will make a recommendation. So, Mr. Cook, why don't you proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just as a refresher, my client purchased this property in 2021. It was already demised as a 4-family dwelling with commercial first floor. It's been vacant for quite some time. The property archives show that this property was commercial mixed use for decades upon decades, with a physician's office on the first floor and single family home above. This block, and I'm just going to share screen just so it's available. And also this morning, I did provide Ms. Emerson with proof of tax clearance as identified in the exhibit package we provided. There was an amount due that's been satisfied. As it relates to the history use, we had this non-conforming structure already within an RSA zoning district. At some point before my client's purchase of the property, it was converted to 4 units. He has done some cosmetic work, updated items in the property, but nothing that would require permitting. With me today is Andy Barrios, who can speak to the plans. I'm not sure if plans were reviewed at the last hearing, which I was not in attendance at. But I would like the board to take administrative notice of the 2019 zoning change on the entire block. Ordinance number 190016 rezoned almost half of this block as RM1. It missed this property by about 25 feet. So, we're of the position that this property, and you can see that right here. Let me go to page 48 this is the rezoning. This entire block here was RSA 3. It was rezoned in 2019 to RM1, and we believe that just some slight imprecision left this property out of that rezoning. We feel it's consistent with the uses on the block, and it was treated in a way inconsistent with like situated properties on the block at the time. We had a RCO meeting in April. It was not well attended. Both board members.
Harry, listen.
Yes.
We have that information. So this is a resumptive hearing, and what this should be is, supplemental information from you, right? And,
Sure.
What I noticed, the updates were you provided another petition of support with 9 signatures from
That's
April
right.
7 on the block. You provided
That's
proof of
right.
posting. You provided an updated tax printout.
That's
So
correct.
that's what we want you to concentrate on.
Okay,
is
that's
what
thank
the
you.
resumptive is, okay?
I appreciate. Vern was in attendance at the first hearing, and I am filling in for him. So in addition to the, we have 9 signatures, 8 properties out of the 81 properties that the Planning Commission provides in their mailing list. That's nearly 10% of the target properties from the Planning Commission. And this morning, we received non-opposition from Councilwoman Cindy Bass's office. So, I think that in terms of resumption
Do we
is
have
where
that,
we're
Ian?
at.
Ian, do we have that?
I'm
Okay, thank
sending
you.
it-
We have it.
Wonderful. So, in summary, I guess with that in mind, you don't need to hear from Andy Barrios. Is it okay if I just call on my client to adopt my testimony
you
and
do
just
that?
give my
Yep.
summation?
Yep.
Mr.
If
Tran,
anybody has any question for Mr. Barrios, we'll do that.
sure. Mr. Tran, could you raise your hand?
Mr. Tran, if you are in the audience, please raise your virtual hand.
I just spoke with him a few moments ago, so I do know he registered.
I see someone in the audience with the last name Tran. They have been promoted to panelists.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Tran, turn your camera and your mic on.
They declined to be promoted to panelists.
He's having a technical issue. And English is not his first language, so
Okay, so.
It's
Mr.
okay,
Cook-
I'm gonna try again.
thank you. Mr. Chairman, while he's being promoted, could I just give my summation?
Sure.
So we have a pre-existing non-conforming structure that was made more non-conforming by my client's predecessors in interest. It fits in with the uses of the block and does not adversely impact light, air, city services on a main artery in walking distance of 2 Broad Street line stations and multiple bus lines. It would be an undue financial hardship to return this property to full compliance, and under the circumstances and conditions physically at the property, we believe it would be unwarranted to do so.
Okay. Do we see his client?
Chair, he declined to be panelist
Okay,
again.
Mr. Cook, you're an
Mr.
officer of the court. We will take your testimony.
Thank you,
Questions
Mr.
from the
Chairman.
board?
Yes. 4 units, why not fewer units? I mean, what is the justification for 4 units besides the fact that this was converted at some point before, and we're not sure if this was converted with permits or
That's-
whatever it may be?
Sure. Well, one, this is the condition that was present at the time of purchase. And there is case law that speaks to bringing a property into lesser compliance, into more compliance, but not full compliance, is a hardship in and of itself. But to speak to the issues of permitting, clearly this is a new use. He's going to have to put in permits for everything that was done. The L&I believes requires permitting. If that is, for the 4 units, it means the 4 units, and everything will have to comport with the 2018 International Building Code, which means there's going to be significant investment in this property in order to get that certificate of occupancy, inclusive of sprinklers. So you'll end up having a safer property than you do now. But again, my client did not create this hardship. It is how it's been situated prior to his tenure in the property.
Mm-hmm. And do you know of any other multifamily properties adjacent to this one? And
Yes.
how many units are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't exactly know the number of them, but the entire section here is all RM1. And if this property were treated as RM1 based on the footprint of the property, we could have more than 4 units. It also is zoned already for 2 parking spaces in the rear that were part of the physician's office prior on the first floor. So you already did have a non-conforming structure in use here in this property.
Right. Thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
there any photos of the interior? I don't seem to remember
Yes,
seeing those.
in the packet I provided, there are photos of the interior. I did mention that that my client has spiffed up the place. There have been cabinetry upgrades, et cetera, but nothing that would require permitting in the property. So you'll see new items here for the kitchen.
Fine. Can
where
you go to the
kitchen-
bathrooms?
Sure. So here's a bathroom off the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually see the bathroom. So my concern on this plan is that the bathrooms are dimensionally don't make sense. Like they don't look like the showers are actual showers. And so I think the same conversation that we had last time where we had conversations about consideration to decrease the number of units, while I understand that this was purchased as a 4-unit, but it was done without permits and with no proof, that I think to spend money to spiff it up and also to add sprinklers, it could be reconfigured to like have actual like functional floor plans and be 2 units.
So here are, well, 2 units, I think would be quite an intense retrofit here. But here are some pictures of the bathrooms. You do have a stall bathroom here, which is not
Do you know which
inconceivable.
one
I have
that
one.
is? Because you have 4 bathrooms and 2
Right.
of them, according to the plans, don't look like the showers work.
Andy Barrios is here, and he can speak to the plans.
Why don't you bring him on, please?
If Mr. Barrios would raise his hand to participate, and I believe he has, he can share his screen as well.
Andy Barrios has been promoted to panelist.
I'm going to stop sharing screen for now. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, sure.
Andy will be coming in as a panelist right now.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, can I have Andy adopt my testimony?
Yeah, why don't we get him on first, right? I
Great,
mean,
thank you.
why don't he answer the questions first, then once
Sure.
you're done, you can do that, okay? Mr. Barrios?
Chair, Andy Barrios is in as a panelist.
Hi, Mr. Barrios?
And he's also unmuted. I'm not sure what's going on.
Mr. Barrios, can you try to come on again?
And he says, my telephone, I'm here, I can see you, but I'm on the. Can you unmute his phone, he's asking.
Well, he should do that, right?
He isn't currently on mute at the moment. It is showing that he's off of mute.
He said he's on the Zoom with no camera or speaker, but also on the phone. Press 9.
So, sorry to interrupt. Jasmine, I believe he's on 2 devices. One is on the phone so he can talk, but his computer doesn't have a microphone or a camera. So, if you could promote his other name to panelist, and then maybe we can go from there.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
he was showing up as only one name. What's the telephone number?
We'll try to find out in the chat.
Thank you.
When did the owner realize that the property wasn't zoned properly?
So he purchased it in 2021. It's been vacant for a while. He, I believe, went to pull rental licenses and was advised that the property was not zoned properly.
And when was this repair work or sprucing up work done?
Within the last year.
So after he knew he wasn't zoned work.
I think it was all contemporaneous. Wanting to get the property in order, then going to get your rental licenses, being told you don't have the zoning, and everything stays with the plastic on, the plastic wrap, and you're not illegally putting people in there on leases.
Mr. Chair, I just want to note, Mr. Tran does have his hand raised. Jason Tran, is that who you were seeking
Yes.
before?
Yes, that is the client.
I'm aware that Hillary, we want to get Andy here so we can testify to move this along.
Did we find the phone number? Because we currently have 3 numbers in the attendee audience.
Jasmine, no, I'm sorry that Andy has not indicated that.
Do you have a 0278 number?
Yes, we do. We can promote them. to
Promote
panel.
that. Thank you.
Okay, that number's been allowed to speak. You have to press *6 to unmute. Mr. Barrios, if you could press *6 on your phone to unmute, please.
Good morning,
Could you
members
please
of the
state your
board. This
name
is
and-
Andy Barrios.
Yeah, please state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
My name is Andy Barrios. The spelling is A-N-D-Y. Last name spelling is B-A-R-R-I-O-S.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Cook, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Barrios, did you hear the board asking questions about the size of the bathrooms as it relates to some of the units? I believe Ms. Graham had some, or was it Ms. Nguyen? Ms. Nguyen had some questions that some of the sizings of the showers were not consistent with a unit to be, fully functional. Could you speak to that? Or if Ms. Nguyen, would you like to ask Mr. Barrios directly the question?
Sure. I mean, if you could pull back up the plan, but it looked like
I will pull the
2 of
plan up.
the units have the 3x3 shower, which is a standard stand-in shower, drop-in shower. It was being cut off by an angle, which means like more than a foot of the bathroom, like the shower was being cut off, which means it shouldn't hold a typical human. And it was happening in
Yeah.
multiple of the units. It's happening in apartment 1. It's happening in apartment 2. I think it was also happening in one of the units on the 2nd floor as well.
Yeah, so that is a great point. And actually, believe it or not, recently, when we submit plans for building permit, the building department plan examiners are flagging these issues and are requiring the owners to comply with the International Residential Code. So in this case, I'm looking at the pre-existing conditions, and they are a little tight. Some of them they have the depth clearance, the width clearance. They have 27, 28 inches. So when we go, so right now, if zoning, let's say Mr. Jason Tran obtains the variance, when we go in for building permit, they will make us revise the bathrooms to fully comply.
Sure, totally
So
understand.
the condition so the condition that's there now will not. I'm looking at the plans right now, the existing plans. So yes, they can. The walls would probably have to move a few inches.
Yeah,
but
no,
not
I
feet.
think my point is that like well, one, I knew this and I know code. So like one, the units don't work as depicted. You have not shown us what you intend to do, and the conversation from your previous hearing or the previous portion of this hearing was around reducing these to 2 units. It would bring it closer to what was like makes sense for the building and what would kind of go along with the parking situation that's already there. And the argument back was that it was hardship because it was going to cost too much to do it. But like you're going to have to do it anyway, and you're going to have to sprinkler the building in the current condition. So I think we're just trying to be consistent and ask what is the pushback for doing 2 units?
May I ask Mr. Barrios a question? Mr. Barrios, in terms of that discrete issue relating to the showers and the size, is there enough room to make it compliant? And what do you believe the cost to make it compliant would be under the building
Yeah,
code?
there is. Yeah, yes, they can be compliant. So right now, the pre-exist condition is 4 apartments. So yes, we can make the 4 apartments compliant. As far as cost-wise, I'm not a contractor, but I'm gonna guesstimate that.
Just as it relates to
contractor-
the bathroom issue.
Yeah,
the
just the
shower
bathroom.
stall
It's
issue.
probably going to cost anywhere from $1,500 to $2,500. Maybe I'm going to say plus or minus $2,500 to each bathroom to upgrade so that it fully complies with the residential code.
For dimensional compliance as it relates to the shower stalls.
For dimensional compliance, correct.
And if there were an issue with dimensional, would that appeal be heard by the zoning board or the Board of Building Standards?
Everything as it relates to the interior layout would be by international building code would be the building department and the building board of standards. If Mr. Jason Tran would try to
seek a variance,
which
assuming that you couldn't comply.
All right, so Harry, why don't you
Right.
have Mr. Tran come on and adopt your testimony?
Okay. Mr. Tran, could you raise your hand?
Yes, Fanny, can you hear me? See me?
All right, Mr. Tran, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Jason, Jason, Tran, Tran.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
It's true.
Okay, Mr. Cook, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Tran, did you hear my presentation today?
Yes.
Was it true and accurate to the best of your understanding and knowledge?
Yes.
Do you adopt it as your testimony?
Yes.
And I have just a follow-up question for Mr. Tran. Mr. Tran, you heard Mr. Barrios' testimony regarding the cost to bring the bathrooms in 2 of the units into dimensional compliance approximated at $2,500. Is that cost acceptable to you compared to retrofitting the entire property from 4 units to 2 units?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing residential single-family RSA 3. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. While there is evidence of mixed use of the property in the 1960s, a letter from the owner in the 1990s states that he has only used it for single family since his purchase in 1977. There is no evidence that the conversion to 4-family was done with the benefit of permits. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for multifamily business and professional office and parking ratio.
Number 2, MI 2025-000432, 5118 North Broad Street. I vote yes, proviso, maximum 2 units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you so much. See you this afternoon.
Sure. Number 3, MI 2025-001277, 5285 Jefferson Street. This is a resumptive hearing. This is the one, right.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Nick-
Please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Yes, Nakia Hurdle, Nakea Hurdle, HURD as in David, LE.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
So counsel, this is a resumptive hearing. And our schedule for today would be supplemental information presented by you, questions from the board, public testimony, and planning commission recommendation. Okay,
Yes.
please proceed.
Okay. Again, good morning, Board. And without retestifying about unmodified plans, let me get into the gist of everything.
Okay, thank you.
As you can see, and as you probably already noticed, the plans
Why
that,
don't you start sharing your screen?
okay.
Right. Plans are up. Thank you.
Thank you. So as you're already probably aware, the plans have only been modified to reflect page 3, but for that, all other portions of the plan have not been modified. So I have up the modified version of the plans. As is consistent with my testimony from the last hearing, there will not be any foundational or structural changes made to the exterior of the property. However, 2 garage doors will be installed to replace the plywood currently blocking the garage entryways to avoid, of course, potential theft issues or so as not to provoke any theft issues. It is not the owner's intention at this time to allow use or access to the garage. For the tenants, I think the owner is contemplating using the garage as storage space for extra supplies should something happen to either unit, so that he would be able to readily resolve, rectify and resolve those issues sooner than later. And that is the extent of the modification of the plans. I can also summarize, as mentioned at the previous hearing, the neighbors and the members of the community support my client's request to use this property as a 2-family dwelling. The property obtained a variance July 19th of 1965. I believe that variance lapsed in September 2019 due to procedural issues. However, my client was informed by the community members, the neighbors and the community members, that there are other properties in this neighborhood that have acquired variances for the same usage, where there have not been any safety issues or concerns to cause harm to the community or to the public. Lastly, my client's proposal will aid in continued efforts to beautify the neighborhood and community by modifying and renovating a currently unoccupied property and turning it into a modern occupied 2-family dwelling. And with that, I can now bring my client on to adopt my testimony.
Sure.
Vertus, are you? I'm hoping he's raised his hand.
I have someone coming in as a panelist under your same name.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please unmute your phone or your computer if you're on the computer. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Vertice Perkins, V as in Victor, ERTIS. Last name Perkins, PERKINS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning.
Have you heard my testimony this morning?
I did.
Do you adopt my testimony as your own?
I do.
How many?
I now
Go
have
ahead.
some questions for you to answer, given some supplemental additional information from the last hearing.
Okay.
Counsel, let me ask you this. How many garages are there? You said 2, I think I saw 3. No?
I was told there were 2 garages. Mr. Perkins can probably answer to that. That's why I informed the
Okay,
board there
sure.
would be 2 doors added. Mr.
Yeah,
Perkins?
it's actually one big space, but we just have plywood on there now, which we just kind of open the plywood, but there's going to actually be, once it's said and done, it's going to be 2 doors on there. We're going to
Thank you.
install 2 doors. Yes.
All right, questions from the board?
Were there pictures? I think we had asked for pictures.
Yes, pictures of the, so
The garage,
unfortunately,
yeah.
unfortunately, we did not have pictures of, I was not able to obtain pictures of the inside of the property. But these are 2 photos of the outside, and as you can see, the plywood that has been utilized to cover up the open entry space.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
How many bedrooms are on the second floor unit? Is that a 2-bedroom unit also?
Yes. Oh, Mr. Perkins, you can,
Yes. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom.
The living dining area seems very tight for a 2-bedroom unit. The plan that you showed. And the garage is going to be just used for storage, not for parking, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board?
so Mr.
Questions?
Perkins, could you speak to the tight living space that has been raised as a concern from the board?
So the plan you're looking at now is actually the first floor.
Oh, we were
Yeah.
talking about the second floor. My apologies. There we go.
Okay.
So the question, Mr. Perkins, was about the second floor, asking whether or not the second floor,
Well, actually, I was actually talking about the first floor.
oh, the modified.
Like, the second floor is not as bad. The first floor, the living dining room area. I don't know how you put a love seat, TV, chair in there. It's just tight. That's just the fact of the way it's laid out. The second floor is not as bad. But
Yeah, I mean, that's almost 10 by 11, the living room on the first floor. You know, again, most people do, even though it's 2 bedrooms, it's almost like, you know, they do more like studio living. So, I guess it's preference at that point.
The questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Wood with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1978, and the council supported map change. This property has a documented history of 2 dwelling units. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 2 dwelling units.
MI 2025-001-277-5285 Jefferson Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, board. That concludes my business.
Thank you. Number 6, MI 2025-002-857-1810 Hausman Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney. There's a letter of unanimous support from the Packer Park Civic Association. Also petition of support, 14 signatures from their neighbors, 15 from the block.
Mr. Henry Clinton will be coming in as a panelist.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good morning, Mr. Clinton. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, Henry Clinton, Henry, Clinton, Clinton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, my client is Gaeton Gialoretto. It's Gaeton, Gaeton, Gialoretto, Gialloreto.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
It is.
Great. So good morning, everyone. I'm representing Gaeton Gialoretto. He has purchased a property in Packer Park in January of this year. He has a lot of immediate family nearby. He would like to stay in the neighborhood. And the proposal today is to build a 3rd story on a 2-story property on Hulsman Street. The property is long, 97 feet by 18 feet wide. And he wants to add a 3rd floor. And as your chairman said in the initial part, we do have the support of the neighbors on both sides of the street, as well as adjoining neighbors at 1808 and 1812. So I'll walk through the presentation and I'll show you aerial photographs, floor plans, as well as support signatures. Table of contents A1 through A10, which I ask be admitted. Refusal is pretty much straightforward. As we know, the code requires if you're going to build a 3rd story and the homes on either side are 2-story, that you need to have the 3rd story set back 8 feet. As the board is aware, this requirement came about chiefly because of Point Breeze. Some of the smaller streets in that neighborhood, Fernine Street, Webster Street, are very narrow. And if you put a 3rd story on, it kind of gives you a tunnel effect. And it just seems to hem in that block. We don't have that situation here. And aerial photographs will be demonstrative of that. This is the letter of support from Packer Park Civic Association, overwhelming support, and signed by Barbara Capozzi. These are the signatures. We have about 15 from the 1800 block of Hulsman Street, but the most significant ones are the signatures by Mr. and Mrs. Carnegie at 1808 Hulsman, which is on one side of the home. And then there's a signature from the homeowners, the Finellas, on the other side of the property at 1812 Hulsman Street. These are aerial photographs. We're looking south now. In the background is FDR Park. These are all residential. Now, this would be the only 3rd story addition on this block. But if you look where my cursor is on the left, on 18th Street, there is an existing 3-story straight up with no setback. And then immediately across the street, well, not on the front of the house, there is a 3rd story addition on this property where my cursor is. Now we're looking northbound. This is the rear of the property. We're going to have an accessory parking spot in the rear like some of the other neighbors. And then we're going to have a conversion of the garage into a family room / rec room. Front of the building, 2-story, an entryway. We're going to maintain basically the same bricks here. Going to remove this asphalt roof and continue with the brick up on the 3rd floor. And there will also be a rooftop deck. It's the rear of the property. It's the white garage door, which I indicate will be eliminated. This is a photograph now looking due north. This is the one property I showed you on 18th Street that's already 3 stories high without the setback. And this is the property immediately across the street with the 3rd story on the rear. Front of the property indicating postings of the signs, providing notice to the neighbors. And these are the plans. Site plan is on the left-hand side. We don't have any issues with regard to rear yard or open space. As I said, it is a deep lot, about 97 feet deep. And this is a depiction of the 3rd floor addition, both the front elevation and the rear elevation. Then we have a side view of the property. Floor plan, basement, we do have an immediate area in the back to walk out. So it is a walkout basement. There'll be no bedrooms in the basement. We will have a living room, and there's already a half bath there in the basement. We're going to expand that to a full bath. And there's some mechanicals in the basement. 1st floor will have living and dining area. 2nd floor will have a primary bedroom. And then you go up to the 3rd floor, which will be the addition, and there'll be 2 bedrooms, and then another set of stairs leading to the rooftop deck. Again, we're going to maintain the brick facade on the front of the building and as well as the rear of the building. So we're going to be in conformity with the rest of the block, and the neighbors thought that was well received. The rest of the documents are the pro forma documents we typically see in an application like this. This is indication that the taxes are paid up to date on the property. Zoning map, again, indicating RSA 5 zoning district. This is the deed indicating that Mr. Gioloretto purchased the property in January of this year. Notice of mailing to 90 neighbors. So in conclusion, this proposal is not going to alter the essential character of the neighborhood. We're not impairing the development or the light and air of either adjacent property. We have this full support of the neighbors on the block, and most importantly, the neighbors on either side of this proposed project. We also have the overwhelming support of the Packer Park Civic Association. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will rest and ask my client to unmute himself.
Thank you.
Mr. Gioloretto, can you raise your hand and unmute yourself?
Your client will be joining us as a panelist.
How you doing, Mr. Chairman?
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Gaeton Gioloretto, Gaeton, last name Gialloreto.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Mr. Clinton?
Gaeton, you were on the call when I presented your project, your new home.
Correct.
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
I have no questions.
Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from this audience or the virtual audience?
I see no hands in the virtual audience at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not demonstrated there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for 3rd story setback.
MI 2025-002-857, 1810 Houseman Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Talia Wood, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much.
Number 9, MI 2025-002-914-226 Harvey Street. Current owner or attorney? You're the attorney? Thank you. Okay, sure. Good morning. Good morning, council. I wish I was a council. I mean,
Good morning, Chair. How are you today?
I'm great. Please state your name and spell for the stop for, but
Norman.
try to get the microphone. please.
Norman G. Matlock, Matlock.
Right. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Counsel, could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Certainly. Mr. Martinez is here. He is the principal owner of 226 West Harvey Street, LLC.
Right. And for a point of information, there's a letter of unanimous opposition from West Central Germantown neighbors, 29 votes against.
Yes, there
Okay,
is.
right. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Certainly.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yes, thank you. You may proceed with your case.
Very much. I have a presentation. I need to share it. Go. Okay. 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 Trying to get this up here. Is that it? That first. Thank you very much. Appreciate that help. Panel, we are here for 226 West Harvey Street. What we're trying to do is to
Try to pull the microphone a little bit, like the whole thing, just pull it back. There you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. This is an appeal to reinstate a previously approved variance.
Right.
It was approved in November of 2014. However, the project was not completed. Mr. Martinez and his group purchased the property in 2023 with the idea of just continuing the project as it had been approved. Found out early this year that the variance had elapsed. Stopped all work at that point, and nothing else has been done inside of the building. No changes to the variance that was given in 2014. There's been no change at all in the idea of the project. But he has stopped, and we had to start again to try to get this particular variance. We had an RCO meeting in September, and as the chair indicated, most of the neighbors were not in favor of this particular thing. However, Mr. Martinez still would like to go through with the project. He has contracted. He has the funds to take care of it, and we'll go through some of the exhibits that we have here right now, if you don't mind.
So we have your refusal, we have your deed, and we have your real estate taxes.
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to get this thing to go up so that we can get a little.
Ian, could you get him how to move that?
Yeah.
On the side there, right?
Yeah. It's just just one document. The two fingers. Thank you very much. There is the refusal.
Yep.
The deed. Oh, what did I do that time? Transfer tax certifications here. We'll make that a little smaller so that you can see that the taxes have been paid. Balance of 0.
Yep, we see that.
Okay. And we'll get that back. This is the letter that went to the community prior to the meeting.
Okay.
The meeting was held in September. And let's see. This is a copy of the variance that was granted in 2014.
And that was never moved on, am I correct?
It was never completed.
Okay.
It was never completed. However, it was sold to this gentleman with the idea that it was in effect, when in fact he found out that the variance had elapsed.
Right.
As your notice of decision from 2014. And the letter to the then owner in 2014. Here are pictures of the outside. There is a notice on one of the doors from the outside there.
Okay.
Notice on telephone poles in the neighborhood for this particular zoning appeal. Here is the presentation from the zoning commission that shows that the neighborhood is varied. Although the particular block does not have is RS3, there are more than one building on that block that has several electric meters that one can see from the street. 4 or 5 houses up the street from this particular property, there are what appears to be a multifamily or 2 multifamily units. Photos of the outside of the building. As you can see, it's a very large building. Photos of the top. That construction on the side would go into one of the first floor units that was halted when we found out that the variance had elapsed. It was halted immediately. Here's some of the inside of the building. Some of that is from the beginning and before things started to happen. There's a picture of the outside where trash will be able to be held and contained in a fence for all of the units that we're talking about. This is some of the work that went on inside of the building just prior to finding out that the variance had elapsed. Okay, this is a photo of a house up the street. As I said, there was a couple of houses up the street that have more than one electric meter, and that's one of them. Here are the floor plans. Nothing has changed in the floor plans from the 2014 variance.
Why don't you just show them the plans, because none of us were here.
I'm sorry?
Why don't you show the plans, because none
Yeah,
of us were here in
sure.
2014, other than maybe Ian.
Sorry. Okay. This would be the basement here. As you can see, there'd be nothing there except for storage and utilities. Oh, you can see that good. First floor. This was the construction that you saw on the side. That would be the entrance to the rear of the first floor apartment. This doorway where the notice was posted, that would be the entrance to the first floor apartment in the front of the building. This stairway here goes to the stairs that go to the second and third floor. Here's the second floor here, stairway coming up, doorway into the rear, which is a 2-bedroom, good sized living room, doorway into the front, which is a 1-bedroom, good-sized living space. The stairs continue to the third floor with two very small apartments. This is a studio in the back, a small one-bedroom in the front. Me and this thing here. Okay. And I believe that that's all of the presentation that we have. Again, we're trying to revise what had happened in 2014.
So why don't you have your client adopt your testimony?
Absolutely. Mr. Martinez, you've been here. Thank you very much. You've heard what I said about your project. Do you agree with that? And
Is
do
your
you-
mic on? Yes,
Yes, it
thank
is.
you.
Testing.
Go ahead, just please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
My name is Radame Martinez, spelled Radhame, last name Martinez, Martinez.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, counsel, please proceed.
Certainly. Ms. Martinez, do you agree with what was said here this morning about your project, and do you adopt that information as your own?
Yes, and I would like to add that I grew up here in Philadelphia. I went to school in the area, went to Central High School, and I graduated from LaSalle University in the area. And my family owns a grocery store in the area. So all my life I've been working and building in this area, and I would love an opportunity to continue and, you know, doing good by this city and its lawful citizens. And, you know, I'm thankful for being here, and thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Martinez, what happened at the RCO meeting?
I actually not only in the meeting, I went in person to the neighborhood in September, and I spoke to they had a block party, and I attended, and it looks like the people in the neighborhood, they were just concerned about parking and pretty much, you know, wanting to maintain just to themselves. They were older individuals, and it looks like they don't want a lot of more people moving in. You know, me not living in this neighborhood, I was not aware of the type of treatment, and you know, I felt like I was wrong with this deal being presented to me. But I presented the case, and I was truthful with my intention to finishing the existing project. And I was asked questions, and I told them I'm prepared to finish this. And I told them this house has been vacant pretty much for the last decade, and the neighbors complain about people breaking in, and you know, and that's the reason why I secured the windows and I made sure the roof and everything was you know, completed, and I told them I felt like I was wrong, but I do want an opportunity to finish this project.
Okay. All right, questions from the board?
So this was conversation you had at a block party, or this was conversations that you had at the RCO meeting?
We had at the RCO meeting the same questions, but also I also had similar questions in person at the block party.
Other questions from the
Yeah,
board?
so did the issue of density, like the number of units come up at the RCO, was that a concern for the community?
They wanted to maintain single family, like just one family. They don't want apartments for, you know, like affordable housing for people in that neighborhood. When I received the project, those were already converted to 6 apartments. The whole structure was built for 6.
And you said it's near LaSalle University, this
No.
parcel? Is there intent to do student housing?
No, ma'am, that is not near
Oh, I-
LaSalle University. He said he attended LaSalle
Oh,
University.
okay, all right.
It is in the neighborhood, like 10 minutes.
I was about to say, see. So is the intent to do student housing because of the apartments are, it would be an ideal student housing project if that's something that you were doing. But is that what you're trying to do? Or just housing for anybody?
No, for anybody, yes.
Other questions from the board?
Okay, have you, all right. I'm concerned about the density. And so have you thought about reducing the number of units? And was that part of the discussion at the RCO meeting?
I mean, I came here to see if we can get it approved for 6 units. Would I be open to reducing the amount? I will have to talk to my contractor and see the cost affiliated with destroying the pre-existing work that was already done. Fire, like sprinklers for 6 units, things like that. I was already in the property. So I don't know what to say about reducing the amount of units. I will probably have to, I won't be able to continue the project when have to put it in somebody else's hand.
I see. So again, part of my question was the reducing the density part of the discussion at the RCO?
Yes, they want single family, no apartments.
No apartments at all?
No apartments at all.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So,
Other questions?
yeah, the last question I have. So the previous approval for these units was 2014.
Yes.
Just walk me through briefly. So the whoever the group was that started doing work at the 2014, and when did that work stop? Do you know?
Well, the house was sold to
The work,
Mr.
the conversion work, the conversion to the 6 unit apartment, when you got approval from zoning in 2014 is what I thought I heard.
Yes.
So I guess you got building permits at that point.
Yes.
Is that true?
That is true.
Okay, and you started construction. When did the construction end? When did it stop? Do you know?
We do not know.
I know that it's ongoing. It never stopped. When I received the project, I received it pretty much in wood, like a shell home. So they started it back when it was approved. I'm guessing that the owner to prior did not have the funds to complete the 6 unit project, so they sold it to me, and then I bought it with intentions to finish it what they already started. So I don't know when they stopped working, but when I received the home, they gave me a shell home that was already divided to 6 units apartment.
All right.
I just want to point out two things. That one, the permit was pulled to do 2 dwelling units in 2014.
Say that one more time, Ty. I could
The
barely hear.
permit was pulled to do 2 dwelling units in 2014.
Okay.
Not 6. So, I mean, understanding that you bought this in shell condition, it still was approved for 2. And I think, like, my question is really, what's your plan with for 1 for the basement, 2 for trash management, and then 3 for utilities? Because that's currently not really addressed on the plans as shown.
Well, there'll be no living space in the basement. That'll be just for storage and utilities. Trash, the yard is substantial, and there is plenty of space to construct a fence next to the building in the back to house and to put trash receptacles for each of the apartments without a problem. And utilities will be up to date, the latest utilities, and they'll be all in the basement as much as possible. And as I said, no one will be living in the basement at all.
The only access to the basement is now through the stairwell from the side yard?
There is a separate exit on the back that goes down towards the basement. So
So
there-
every unit has access to the
yes,
basement?
every unit can access the basement.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Are
you
you
said
opposed to storing trash in the building?
We would rather not store trash in the building.
Well, you typically, for a 6-unit building, that's typical.
Well,
If that and
kind of a
commercial trash
temporary,
pickup.
I mean, the
Yeah.
day-to-day is temporary, but then you
take it out, yes, on the day that it's due, but I mean, one, I think to have 6, presumably, some of these are gonna be families because you have multiple bedrooms living in this building, and having a backyard that everybody can access, to have it actually be usable by the tenants is something that's generally preferred. I also think, just like from a floor plan standpoint, 2 of these units are really small and like really don't work well. I think both of your 2 smallest units, the kitchens are really tight, the bedrooms are really tight. And just something, if you're still at, rough in, I would revisit some of those layouts.
Yes, but the idea here is for a small group, maybe one person or two people.
Sure, but
like-
even with one person, it's a really, like, one of these bedrooms doesn't even fit a dresser. Right? So like, just as a functional space for a person to live, it's pretty small.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience? Okay, could
Oh,
you do me a
sorry,
favor?
Mr. Chair. I did have one comment. And I'm sorry, I forgot the attorney's name. Mr. Matlock, was it? Could you, the presentation that you gave today, can you submit that to the board for the record by close of business tomorrow? Because what we had received before was kind of piecemeal documents, and so this was a bit more put together presentation. So if you could just upload that to the on the upload tool, so we have that for our records, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, will do.
Can I ask you to scoot over this way? We're going to bring some people up to testify.
Chair, I do have a hand up in the virtual audience.
Yeah, I have several people here. I'm a few
Okay.
people here, so I'll start with them, then I'll go to the virtual audience. Good morning.
Good morning,
Could you
Board.
could you please state your name and
Yes.
spell for the stenographer?
Julie Stapleton Carroll, Julie Stapleton Carroll.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am a neighbor about 2 blocks away.
Okay, good.
I'm the chair of the zoning
Oh,
committee
good,
for the
good.
West Central Germantown
So-
neighbors.
So why don't you start your testimony?
Thank you. So we submitted a letter from the RCO. We had as Mr. Matlock said, we had a community meeting on September 3rd. If you're familiar with Germantown, we never agree on anything. So I think the fact that there was a 29 vote against granting this variance says something about the way we feel about it.
Okay.
There are, I think, 40 people on the Zoom, and I'm wondering if there's a way to sort of figure out how many of those are here for this particular.
So why don't we just concentrate on your testimony?
Okay. With the zoning variance that was granted in 2014, as an RCO, we have a problem with that. In my letter, I outlined that the zoning chair at the time wrote a letter in June 30th of 2014, asking for continuance because the owner had not held a community meeting about that variance. Another letter was sent on September 8th. It was continued. Another letter requesting the same thing was sent on September 8th. The owner had not held a community meeting at that time. And then in November, they had still not held a community meeting, and we asked for a dismissal. And they were granted the variance, despite the community's lack of ability to comment on the variance itself. So we have a problem with that. We don't think that the community would have gone for that at that time. So I think speaking about it now as something that had been granted is not appropriate. There's been multiple problems with the project and the treatment of the neighbors during this project. Trucks were left parked on the street for months and months, even though no work was happening. I saw no evidence that permits were pulled for the work that was done in the interior or the windows or anything else.
This was years ago or
Currently.
Okay.
What else do I want to mention? We don't feel that there's a hardship for him to sell it as a single-family home on that same block in the last, give me a second because it's really small. 8 3-story houses were sold in this block in the past 3 years for the minimum of $410,000. We feel that he could recoup some of his funds by selling it as a single-family home. There are parking issues, and it's not to be minimized. There are already parking problems on that block, and this would just add to that. And I think that's all. Again, there's a lot of
Let me
people.
ask you, how many multiple families on that block?
So we have those that we could count.
Yeah, sure.
There are 9 rental properties with 32 units. There are 4 that are currently, we see as being rental properties, but not having the required license. So we've reported those to LNI.
Okay.
But we feel that there's sufficient reason to remain as a single-family home, and that's what the community wants.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Council, do you have any questions of the? All right. Are you want to testify too? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to interject briefly. I just want to note for the record, this is an RSA3 property. So because they're proposing 6 units, 6 parking spaces would be required. Unfortunately, that was not noted on the refusal.
Okay.
But I just did want to note that for the record.
Thank you very much, Council. Go ahead.
I'm Eric Corson, ERIC-CORSON. I'm the,
Hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
yes, I
And
do.
are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am. Right?
Close neighbor?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
at 253.
Why don't you start your testimony?
Thank you. I represent the block and the association. We're a very tight block. We have 3 or 4 activities a year, including that block party that you attended to. And when we had the meeting and so on, it was clear, it was not just some people, it was unanimous against this property and the proposal. We're a block that's mostly homeowners. There are rentals, but it's mostly homeowners, and there's a lot of families on the block with kids and so on. And we really want to continue that kind of block, plus the fact that parking is just on one side of the street, on the right-hand side of the street. There's no parking on the left. It's very difficult to get spots. And I know if I go to a concert, for example, downtown, and I come back at 10:30 at night, there's no spots on the block. I have to park on Wayne Avenue or Green Street. And just from the parking aspect, let alone other things, that would be crazy to add all these units there.
Okay.
As far as that goes. But I want to make it clear that our block is a really mixed block, people of all sorts of ethnicity and so on. And we really like each other, and we want to really have it where you do not just have one more rental property on the block. And so we are opposed. We have no, I just want to say, we have no problem if he's able, and I've told you this, that if you're able to fix it up and all that stuff, we would be happy that you resell it and make something on that to have another really good house on that block.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Council, you have any questions? No question. Mr. Richardson, I see you there in the background. Mr. Richardson, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Charles Richardson, Office of Councilwoman Cindy Bass, Room 508, City Hall.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed, sir.
This property has been a source of contention in that neighborhood for over 10 years. With regard to the zoning issues that have taken place with, that were outlined by Ms. Stapleton Carroll. Also with regard to the fact that it's taken so long to even try to get anything together. At this point in time, the councilwoman is standing with the RCO and the community. This needs to go back to either a single family. It was approved for two units, so I don't understand where 6 came from in the first place. But at this point, the councilwoman is opposed to granting this variance.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. You have any questions for Mr. Richardson? All right. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up by the name of Suzanne Ponzin. I'm going to
Okay.
promote her to panelist.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Suzanne
Ponson, Suzanne, Ponsen.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am not a near neighbor as
Right.
constituted by the ZBA and the Planning Commission, but
Sure.
I am within
Okay.
2 blocks.
So are you in favor of this project or against?
I am not. I'm opposed to it, and I am president of West Central Germantown Neighbors and
Okay,
support the
let me ask
neighbors.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Do you have anything you could offer different than what the 3 other people have testified?
that's what I wanted to say. No, I really don't have
Okay.
anything to add.
Sure. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any questions? Anyone else in the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up by the name of Nancy Howard. I'm going to promote them to panelists.
Good morning.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, sure. But could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Nancy Joe Howard, NancyJohoward.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I live at 281.
Are you in favor of this project or against?
I am not.
You are not in favor, you're saying?
Correct.
Right. And is there anything you can offer that hasn't already been said?
Well, I'm one of the old neighbors referred to by the current owner. I've lived in the block for 40 years. I walk the block every day to pick up trash, so I'm well aware of what's gone on in the neighborhood. What bothers me are the number of cars that park on the sidewalk. And as Eric has said, we have families with young children who now have to walk in the street in order to get around those cars. There's usually at least 3 and sometimes 5 cars parked. We have 40 buildings on the block. That isn't counting multifamily, 40 buildings. We have 51 parking spots, and we have people at the apartment at the corner of Green and Harvey that also park there, and that adds to the problems.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Anyone else in the audience?
No, Chair. I see no hands at this time.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. When the district plan was written, the property was zoned RTA 1 residential 2 family. The plan recommended no change. However, the property was remapped in 2023 to RSA 3 residential single family. The property was granted a zoning variance in 2014 to convert from 4 to 6 units. However, the work was left substantially incomplete and was never brought into livable condition based on that variance. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for multifamily.
I intended to vote on this today. What I want to do is bring this 2 weeks from now, we'll vote on this. So that'll be, what's the date, Ann? Do you see it there? Yeah, and we'll vote on it at 9:30 a.m. in the morning.
Could I just ask you why you have decided that?
What's that?
I said, can I just simply ask why you've decided to put this off?
I put it off. I want to take it to executive session, so I have an
I see.
opportunity to talk to everybody.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
And thank you all. We
Oh, fuck
appreciate
up,
your
idiot.
input. And council, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Just to reiterate for the record, that vote will be held December 3rd, 9:30 a.m.
Yep. Could you do the last one first? Our vice chair will handle this last case. Jermaine. I love Jermaine.
Okay, thank you. Number 12, MI 2025003276, 5911 Windsor Street. Jermaine Harris is the attorney. We have a letter of non-opposition from the 3rd Ward Executive Committee. And yeah, bring up Mr. Harris.
Jermaine Harris will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Good morning, Ms. Graham.
Good morning. How are you, counsel? Could
I'm
you
fine.
state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Sure, Jermaine Harris, JermaineHarris.
Thank you. And do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. You want to state your client and, well, what's your relationship to the property, your client and their relationship to the property?
Okay, so I'm the attorney for the client who is the owner of the property, who is Lisa Hendricks Kennedy. And she's here in the virtual audience.
Okay, thank you. Our Secretary, Board Member Gaskin has some questions for you.
Good
Okay.
morning, council. Did
morning.
you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so this is for seeking a variance to legalize 2 decks for the property in West Philly at 5911 Windsor Avenue. And we'll go through with the exhibit packet. So this was the proof of posting of today's notice on the front of the property. But essentially, again, we're talking about 2 decks. This is the first deck. It is the width, well, the one in the front is 16 feet wide and 4.5 feet tall. Well, 4 feet tall, I'm sorry. And this is the rear. Now, my client, this is a family use building. This is not a building where she's renting out to tenants, but essentially she made a mistake, and following the advices of a contractor, these decks were installed at the onset, right around the time of the onset of the pandemic in 2021. And she was told that, you know, she could do this without a permit. Obviously she can't, and it's a problem. This is the rear deck right here. This is the entire width of the building. It's 17 feet wide and 3.5 feet tall. This is the inside walking out to the rear from the kitchen. This is the inside walking out from the front bedroom. It's a 3-bedroom house. Walking out from the front bedroom to the front porch. This is the refusal. It's an RSA 5. Obviously, decks are not permitted by right in the front and in the rear. These are the plans. It's the tax clearance for the owner. Here's the deed. Let's see. We have a letter of non-opposition from the RCO, 3rd Ward executive. There were a total of 7 people there. All of the members who were there actually were in favor of it. And they thought that it was beautiful, that the decks were beautiful, and they really liked it. The ultimate position of the 3rd Ward was a letter of non-opposition. It stated within the letter this is the proof of mailing that was made to all of the nearby neighbors. It was 174 of them. And that really is it. I would, if I would like to call my client to adopt the testimony, and then we could open it up for any questions that anybody may have.
You can do that. You can bring her on.
Okay, so Ms. Kennedy, could you raise your hand?
Lisa Kennedy will be joining us as a panelist.
Ms. Kennedy?
I know she was on a call. Do you still have a record of her being on this call?
Yes, she just
Okay.
raised her hand again. It says that she will be joining us.
Okay.
Hello?
Well, there you go. Hi, Ms. Kennedy. Could you just state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Lisa Kennedy, Lisa Kennedy.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay, Jermaine, you want to have her adopt your testimony?
Sure. Ms. Kennedy, what is your relationship to this property?
I am the owner of the property.
Okay, so you heard this presentation that I just made to this to the board. Do you agree with the representations that I've made concerning this project?
Yes,
Do you adopt it as your own testimony?
yes.
Do you have anything that you want to add? You don't necessarily have to add anything, but do you have anything you wish to add before we open it up for questions?
I would like to say that during this project, I learned a lot. I also have a nonprofit that I've started, Rebuild the Block Foundation, where I'm trying to revitalize blighted properties in the area of Philadelphia and, rebuild Philadelphia back to where it needs to be.
Okay. And so with that, is there anything else you want to add, or that's it?
That's it.
Okay. And so with that, I would open it up for any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, counsel. I have a question real quick. Are there any other front decks on that block?
Not on this block, no.
And so when you had the deck installed, you didn't realize you needed to have a variance to do so?
Not at the time. The contractor that I had at that time, I believed what he said, but I now know that I should not have done it without the variance or the proper paperwork.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
Did you get support from your neighbors,
Yes,
from both the neighbors on either side?
yes, all the neighbors love it.
So you've got, are there letters of support? Is there a petition? What's there?
No, we don't have actual petition letters of support in the form of a petition, because we had unanimous support at the meeting, and there was a very good feedback. We just relied on what the results of the community meeting was.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so for the deck, because it looks like multiple decks were, so was the second floor deck also added at the time of construction?
Yes,
So you technically, like 3 decks were built, because there's the rear deck and then there's the 2 in the front.
look, the front is not really a deck. That's the bottom patio. And then the top part is a deck.
Well, technically, the bottom patio is legally considered a deck. So
Okay.
you built 3 decks at the same time using the same contractor.
Yes.
When you pulled the easy permit, was that made clear to L&I?
I'm not sure, but I did pull the permit, but I had to wait for the drawings. And then I think I had to wait for the zoning to come through before they can do anything, I can get anything else done to it or something?
I'm just trying to follow the timeline because I see that an easy permit was pulled, but it's a minor and it was pulled for a single deck, which based on the code should have been the one at the rear.
That was for the
And
rear.
the contractor is not listed on any of the permits. So one, I'm trying to figure out, were the front decks at all inspected during construction?
The city, they did come out and inspect it. But I had to get the drawings and, go to the RCO hearing first.
The RCO hearing related to this case right now?
Yeah.
Okay, but so zoning usually happens before construction and these are existing conditions. So I think that's when I'm trying to like address the timing. So yes, they saw the zoning permit, but this was not inspected for building and construction, the front decks.
They did come out and inspect it, and I had to get the drawings from the engineer and
Okay.
submit it to the city.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
Okay, questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Okay, and any questions from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Vice Chair.
Okay, Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission recommends, the comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing RSA 5 residential single family. The proposal is for a front deck on top of the existing first floor without changing the footprint of the structure or the front yard setback. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for deck in the required front yard.
Thank you. MI 2025-003276, 5911 Windsor Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you. May I be
Thank-
excused.
All right. Yes, you may. Thank you.
All right, take
Is there anyone in the audience or virtual audience that has any case that has not been heard on the 9:30 list?
I see no hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. See everyone at 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing the meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment this afternoon. With me is our Vice Chair, Kenneth Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Nguyen,
President, Mr. Chairman?
and our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
President, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is Hillary Emerson, our attorney, and our Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter an appearance. There are 3 ways. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appealed case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized. If you're called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Art Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. Are there any requests for continuances?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be temporarily stepping in.
Okay,
I do not see any hands raised, sir.
all right, thank you. So we're going to go right to our add-on list. MI 2025-002-775-2244 Marguerite Street. I vote yes. Proviso, no household living in the basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Guest, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 2, MI 2024-007-233, 2719 East Allegheny Avenue. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, December 3rd at 2 p.m. Number 3, MI 2025-003-967, 5112 Willows Avenue. I vote no.
Michael Johns, I vote yes.
Cheryl Guest, and my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Okay, we're going to move on to our regular list, and we're going to start with number 5. Number 5, MI 2025-004-101, 5944 Calla Hill Street. Eric Taylor is the owner applicant. This application is for use as a child care center with an existing structure, whereas the proposed use, child care center, is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. There is a letter of support with proviso from HMC Squared, and the vote was 4 in favor, 1 against. Could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Erica Taylor,
Could you pull that a little closer to you?
Erica Taylor, ERICATAYLOR.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Do you have a computer with you?
I don't, but I
Yeah.
uploaded.
Oh, you're going to do it? Okay. All right. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy? Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. Could I ask the witness to speak up, please? I'm having difficulty hearing.
That's good.
Okay.
Good.
My name is Ms. Taylor. I am the owner of Taylor Care, which is a nonprofit community-based organization. This particular project is a community daycare center that will bring resources and jobs to the community.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay.
So what we're going to do, he's going to start going up, and he'll stop at the particular spots. We have all your documents.
Yes.
Have you experienced with child care centers?
No, I actually have a group home for displaced children.
Okay, that's what this is going to be?
No, this one is going to be a daycare center. community
what?
A community daycare center.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, why don't you start talking about your project? Do you see it?
Yes.
All right. go ahead.
So this particular project, I purchased this home in April. A lot of work. It's a 3-bedroom, 2.5 full basement. I've been working on it for a while now. Just recently lost my good government job. It's been 45 days, so I'm particularly working on it by myself. Again, it's a huge building. We are replacing everything inside, so it's a lot of work. But for the most part, I got about 4 weeks left into it to get it up and running. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, do we have photos of the inside?
Yes.
So why don't you explain everything you see?
So this is the hallway leading down to I want to say the first floor. We actually have 3 bedrooms up here and 1 full bathroom. And then when you go down the hall, I have similar pictures, but it's same to what he has up there. And
Right. You're going to use both floors?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
And this is pretty much the front door. We just re-renovated. We're putting all new doors, all new
All right,
windows.
you posted your hearing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. That's one of the bedrooms that's completely finished. I actually have 2 more bedrooms on that floor that's completed. We're working on the first floor now. Again, it's very
Hello.
expensive. So I'm just in the process of completing the work inside,
Okay.
give or take. I'm sorry.
Should you show us the first floor?
The first floor is still the way that it was when I first purchased it. I actually have a picture here of the first floor. It's still the same way. We have all of the appliances for the kitchen and things of that nature in the actual first floor. So I'm working on the first floor now. I'm
I see
sorry.
you have, do we have plans there?
I have a floor plan.
So
here.
why don't you explain what you're trying to do with the floor
So
plan?
we just re-renovating it, making it habitable for children to come in and be able to use this area as as a daycare center. This is how I purchased the property. Now the outside have been revised. The backyard, we're going to close in the backyard to make it a comfortable space for the children to have somewhere to play. The basement, full renovation of the basement, just another space for the children to have.
You're gonna put the children in the basement?
No, no,
too?
no.
No, I'm saying use the basement.
Yeah. So we're going to use the basement as maybe if they want to go down and use computers and their toys and things of that nature. That backyard itself, I'm going to close that in and just put maybe a jungle jump or a slide for them to be able to be safe in that space.
Ian, do we have photos on how they would get down to the basement?
I didn't supply photos for the basement, but it's stairs that leads to the basement.
Okay, questions from the board?
Yes, can you walk us through the layout? So understanding the walls that are there, because we saw the photos, but what's your plan for each room on each floor?
So the green room is going to be for infants.
That's the first floor.
Yeah. No, so the first floor is just coming in. We're setting up desks and desks and places for them to put their jackets and things. Just a setup for them to come in and just invite them for breakfast and things of that sort. And then they'll move on to their separate rooms. Each room is going to have a certain age range, and the age range will extend from 0 to 13, and each room will have a separate age range.
How is so with the older kids, are they going to be coming for aftercare?
The older kids will be coming for aftercare, so the red room will only be for the older kids for aftercare. I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
And how many youth do you plan to accommodate at the facility?
Up to 15 if possible.
Okay. And then have you what's your breakout per age group?
In terms of each room
Or target per age
target age
group.
group. So from 0 to 13, that's pretty much standard for.
I mean, how many of each age band? Like
the 0 to 3, how many kids do you want from 0 to 3?
Okay, so 0 to 3, I mean, if five or 7, depending upon who needs that service in that particular area. So 3 to 5 will probably be in the purple room. So each room has a different age range.
Okay.
So I don't want to put them all together where it's conflict and things of that nature.
And then how many bathrooms are in the current building?
2.5.
2.5. Are you planning to add any new fixtures or additional bathrooms?
So I'm going to put a full bathroom downstairs in the basement.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what's the plan for the kitchen?
The plan for the kitchen, we have a stove. We have and the kitchen actually leads out to the backyard, but we have the stove, the fridge, the cabinets, and the setup just for them to put their things away. Like if they come in with, I should say, snacks or things of that nature, we will have a separate section for them to put their things up in that area.
And are you going to allow the youth into the kitchen area?
No.
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 And then how many staff do you plan to have on site?
4.
4?
Yes.
So 1 per room?
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So, were there any provisions that the RCO wanted for you to operate the daycare?
They wanted me to turn it into a group home. I explained to them I already currently have a group home for displaced children, and that was for that home. So I wasn't looking to turn this particular property into a group home. I'm looking to work on something in the future, in terms of another group home for displaced kids, but not for this property.
So do you think they opposed your daycare or they just preferred a group home?
Yes, ma'am. So during the meeting, they said that, well, why don't you change it into a group home? I said, well, not for this particular property. They said, well, we would agree to change this into a group home. And I explained to them that's not, what I would like to do with that property.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, you have somebody else had another question?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
The stairs
Yes.
for this building. Okay, I'm a little concerned about the stairs for, you're gonna have space in the basement.
Yes, ma'am.
The children will have to go from the first floor up to the second floor.
Yes.
So I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about egress. Like,
Okay.
is there a separate exit from the second floor down in case there's some kind of emergency, or how is this going to work?
Absolutely. There's not in second egress off of the second floor, but we do have 3 exits on the first floor.
Okay. But the problem is if there's a, yeah, if there's some sort of emergency situation, it may not be that, you can get from these other floors to these exits that are only on the first floor.
Okay.
I'm concerned about that. And I'm also concerned we don't have pictures of the stairs to see how that's going to work. So I would, you named colors for rooms and that kind of thing, but
Yes.
what sort of age children are you planning to put in the basement of this?
Not necessarily put them in the basement. It's a full basement. We're
Mhm.
actually sheetrocking it now.
Mhm.
It's just a play area. It's an area where if what I would say the 11-year-olds want to go down and use the computer, or if the little ones want to go down and use their bikes and things of that sort. So it just will be like a community area for them to come together and enjoy that space.
Okay. But the second floor is going to have classrooms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What age children are we putting on the second floor?
So the second, depending on, so again, the red room, it will be, the red room, I think it's 0 to 2, if I'm not mistaken. And then the green room is 3 to 5. And then we have 5 to 13 that will be in that red room.
Well, my comment will only be that for children from like that 0 to 2.5 year range that are not necessarily capable of self-preservation.
Yes.
There are special requirements with respect to the means of ingress and egress, and also about some of the fire code requirements. So you should, at least be cognizant of that.
Absolutely.
That is a problem.
Yes.
And with stairs too.
Yeah.
There's a problem.
I
Because
actually
of that.
have a fire escape on my foster home. If I need to put it in, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so the
Go on, Mike.
what's the requirement per square foot per child?
60 square foot per child.
And you believe that this will accommodate, based on the room sizes that you have on the second floor, that they'll accommodate the number of children that you want to have there?
Absolutely.
Okay. I have an absolute problem with the basement altogether. It's totally unacceptable for me. It's completely underground. The first floor is barely a foot above grade, which means that the entire basement is, quite frankly, below grade, right? There are no windows at all. It's a Bilco door that's flat on the pavement. That's the only way out of that basement, it appears, out to the street, other than the stairway on the inside, I'd imagine. So children will be down there with no natural light, completely underground, with the only second means of egress through a Bilco door that is at the pavement level, virtually impossible to get out. That is totally unacceptable, in my opinion. Now, the rest of the building, I think maybe could work, but I think it's a matter of kind of, it's hard for me to believe that there's a clear understanding of what it is that you'll be doing in terms of a daycare here. That's sort of generally my concern. But
Okay,
as far as the basement, it's a no for me.
okay.
Complete.
So the basement can be used as a storage. I was just gonna say that I mean, if they want to go down there and have a
Okay,
play area.
so here's where I think we are with this.
Okay.
Right? You need to be able to show plans that are gonna work, right? And you need to show photos of the stairs and things of that nature, right? So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna schedule a resumptive hearing for this.
Okay.
And that'll be on 2/3/26 at 9:30 a.m. And
Awesome.
when you come back, I want you to really have plans, show them what you can do, and photos that would show the stairs and things of that nature, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we're okay?
Can I add one thing though? Because you've mentioned a lot of construction and I noticed you currently don't have a a permit for construction. So I would also make sure you get an alteration permit from LNI.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which you could do over the counter,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number one, MI 2024-004-490, 1318 West Clearfield Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney.
She's coming as the panelist.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. Mr. Clinton, as you are aware, you've already been sworn. Just for the record, state your name.
Sure. Henry Clinton, Clinton.
Right. And could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Sure. My client is J. Paul Incorporated. The shareholder is to my right, Joseph Williams.
All right. And we have a letter of support from the 12th and Cambria Advisory Board. Vote was 10 in support, 1 in opposition. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did, except we revised the proviso form. Everything else was submitted.
Okay, and you have a couple of refusals here, so do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do, Ms. Graham.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed. With
Thank you.
with the case.
Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
It is, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So with me is Joe Williams. He is the principal of the owner of the property. This is a property right off of Broad Street on Clearfield that was historically used as a commercial, and it's used as commercial now. It was a church at one time. It was a long-term use by the probation department. About 15 years, probation department was a tenant there. They vacated the building. So right now the building is about 50% occupied. It's in an I2 zoning district. It's never been used as an industrial use that we know of or Mr. Williams knows of. It's nearby train tracks. And basically Mr. Williams decided because of the proximity to Broad Street, there's 2 Broad Street stops within walking distance of Clearfield, one on Allegheny and one at the North Philadelphia station, and decided to move into the area of residential for the use of this project. These are my table of contents, A1 through A10. And with me on the call also is the architect from Cano Design, Carey, C-A-R-E-Y, Younce, Y-O-U-N-C-E, and he'll be walking through the plans. We'll walk through the plans together. This is the refusal. Again, this is an I2 zoning district, and we're proposing, originally we proposed 214 dwelling units, 8 stories high, with about 82 or so parking spaces. Since this refusal was issued in June of 2024, we've had at least 4 to 5 community meetings, some of them virtual, some of them in person. And we've met with CDR on 2 occasions, and we do have the CDR letter as part of our package. The one caveat to that is we made changes after CDR issued their final letter, and Mr. Younce and I will walk through that. So we have 3 refusals. One is multifamily, obviously is not permitted in the I2 zoning district. The floor area ratio, we exceed it by 6%, but we've eliminated that refusal because we have eliminated 1 floor of the project. It's now a 7-story project, not 8 stories. And then the other refusal has to do with the zoning district, I2. Based on the square footage of the building, it calls for I2 7 loading zone spaces. Obviously, this is not something that we want. We don't want 7 loading spaces. We have 1 loading space. This is the 12th and Cambria Advisory Board. As I said, we've met with Mr. Wooten and the RCO 4 to 5 times, some virtual, some in person. And the biggest complaint initially was the lack of parking, that we were bringing 214 units at that time, now down to 169. It was too many cars could be clogging up the street. So as a result of the meetings and back and forth, we now have 2 levels of underground parking. So we have 160 parking spaces for 169 dwelling units. And that was a big selling point to the RCO. This is the Civic Design Review Letter. And I'll go right to the comments section. I don't know if everyone got a chance to read them, but they were laudatory for the green roof, underground parking, and facade on Clearfield Street. But they weren't happy with the step backs that we should introduce on the scale of the front of the building. The south facade, which was really facing the train tracks, they just thought we should have a better design for that. They also asked us to include some windows on the ground floor, to increase some of the 1-bedrooms, which we did, and use higher quality materials on all facades. So I think when the architect talks, he'll be able to address some of these points. Granted, we didn't do everything that CDR wanted us to, but I think we've come a long way, and I think that's evidenced by the fact that finally 12th and Cambria Advisory Group was happy with the end product. And I hope the board will be too. So here's where we're situated. The yellow is Broad Street. We're to the east of Broad Street, 1 block off. And this is a 1-story historically commercial building. There's more commercial buildings in the back. I think there might even be some minor industrial there. And then we have the train tracks further south. Again, we're looking south. Just another perspective of the 1-story building. It's actually 2 parcels. We combined 2 parcels into 1, and I do have a lot consolidation plan as part of the package. Again, Broad Street to the west, train tracks to the southeast, and some commercial industrial in the rear. There is residential across the street and adjacent on the smaller street. This is the view from the rear. Again, just trying to give the board a perspective of the size of the building. Again, a 1-floor building. Proof of posting of our notices. This is the lot consolidation plan. Previous is on the left where my cursor is, and consolidated on the right-hand side. The zoning permit indicating there was a lot line relocation that's been approved. So the presentation is a 7-story apartment building. As I said, it started out to be 8 stories. We had 214 units. We reduced that by 34 units. And then we increased the parking from 82 to 169, and actually really doubled the parking. And we have 85 parking spaces for bicycles, trash room, and mail room, and some commercial, undetermined right now, but that's going to be commercial on the ground floor. So we basically went from about 170,000 gross square feet to just under 150. Again, just some more perspective photographs to understand where the site is and how it fits in with hopefully the Broad Street lines. I2, I2. So Carrie, are you on the call? I'm going to see if you want to walk through these plans with me to explain to the board.
I'm here, Hank.
All right, so I'll start a little bit, then you
Hold
can.
on, why
you
don't we
can-
do this? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Her name is Carrie Yachts, Caryonce.
Right? Do you,
And
do
I
you
was
swear
Chairman
or
of the
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Carrie, we'll try to make this a mutual presentation here so we can move through the packet. So this is the original design of 8 stories. And then you revise it, and we revise it to 7 stories. Can you talk about the roof plan?
So roof plan, so throughout the building, we are showing a series of different amenity spaces. So we have ground floor amenity spaces. We also, on the 7th floor now, we've removed some additional units to have enclosed amenity spaces at a rooftop level. But then we also do have a smaller roof deck on the high roof. But we also do, as you can see from this drawing, also the project does have a green roof to just minimize our effect on stormwater for the site.
And this is the site plan. Can you review this for the board, Carrie?
So once again, you can kind of see the majority of what we call a high roof is a green roof. There is a courtyard in the building that is actually over the underground parking. That's also a landscape area for the tenants of the building. One of the comments we got back from city planning was some additional landscaping, and we worked on some different varieties and different intensity of the landscaping, which is also represented in a more detailed slide further on. And based on our multiple meetings with the community, and the consistent feedback we got was we would like to see more parking. So we have added an additional level of underground parking. So you can see now, yeah, we've gone from 1 to 2 levels of parking, I think. Once again, here you can kind of see that there are some of the amenity spaces I mentioned. Large bike parking area, large lounge for the tenants. And you can kind of see the hatched area. We're reserving some ground floor space for a commercial use, for a building this size, like a small coffee shop or cafe, I think would be ideal.
Now, we're going to move into the floor plans now, Carrie.
Floor plans.
I'll show you the revised. The first one was original. This is the revised one.
So based on some feedback, we have gone through and we've added some additional 2-bedroom units. So still predominantly 1-bedroom units. They're nice size 1-bedroom units. We're not really squeezing anything in here, but based on the feedback, we did reduce 1 beds and add 2-bedroom units.
All right, so this is the original, and we'll go to the revised.
Basically, this is just showing us removing the 8th floor. So the building is 1 story shorter at this point. Same thing here, just removing that floor.
And this is the courtyard in between, Gary?
Correct.
Okay. This is the original design. There's a revised design. Any comments about the windows and or the finishes here on the front, Gary?
These are large windows with what we like to think of as a well-articulated brick facade. You can kind of see there's a little hierarchy over the facade, just to kind of create some visual interest across it. It is a large building, so we did not want to be just put a consistent window size and window pattern all the way across. So there's some different levels of articulation with window sizes and with brick detailing, which I think we'll have a better idea of when we get to some of the renderings, that you can kind of see some of the ideas we're playing with.
This is another look at the elevation.
Yeah, I think, at this point, I think it's safe for us to go to the renderings. This is a more articulated facade we talked about. So you can kind of see the windows are kind of in the center or a little more deeply recessed. There's we have a double height entry space that has some articulated brick defining that entry, and it kind of tapers off to the side. So there's a kind of real hierarchy of kind of a central focus to the entry. And then the windows and the detailing kind of tapers to the sides.
And then Carrie, on the east side to the left here where my cursor is, that's the entrance for the underground parking,
That
correct?
is the entrance to the underground parking garage. So it is off to the side. But even the little roof over the parking garage, we do have a green roof over that. And some of those units on the garage have a small terrace for their use. Park Avenue facade, we do wrap the brick all the way around the secondary facade. So you can kind of see here a little less detail, but still a nice all brick facade. Once again, with large, very generous windows across the entire facade.
And Carrie, that was done in part because of the comments from CDR about upgrading the exterior materials, correct?
Of course, yes.
And then here is the one loading zone that we have.
That is the loading zone right there that is accessed off of Park. That's, yeah.
Again, just different views of the rendering.
Yep, just the lower, yeah. And you can kind of see here, that's the kind of articulated brick entry, and then you can kind of look to the adjacent windows and see how we are playing with several different shallow planes of brick to get a little articulation around the large window openings. Just so once again, it's a large facade. And so we wanted to give it some kind of relief and pattern across the facade to just make it an interesting and dynamic facade as opposed to a kind of large blank facade.
And Carrie, were these extra large windows on the first floor also introduced because of the comments from CDR?
I think, as everyone knows from city planning, we like the concept of eyes on the street. So the articulation along the ground floor is to provide as much transparency from the inside to the outside of the buildings as we can. View of the roof decks, view of the courtyard. Overall view, I think the next one just shows the slightly lower, yeah. So you can kind of see there the extensive green roof, primarily to deal with storm water, and then there's a few smaller roof deck areas on the roof.
You have streets approval for the curb cut on the loading zone. And also for parking. Gary, you want to comment on that or not?
Nope, pretty straightforward. We got all our required approvals. We did do a little back and forth with streets to get the loading dock approved, but in the end, they approved everything.
These are the proviso forms. Gary, is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, I think that we're excited about this building. We're excited about the location. I think that being this close to Broad Street, I think it's a great opportunity to make this like the best use of the site. Understanding that the industrial zoning is not really like the appropriate zoning for this site anymore in Philadelphia. So we're excited to build what we think is a beautiful apartment building on the site.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll move through the rest of the presentation. This is our application form. Our indication that there are no taxes, real estate taxes due. Zoning map, again, showing the two parcels surrounded by I-2 and RM1 across the street and adjacent. The deed, there's a number of deeds here because there were consolidations and deeds of correction and deeds of confirmation. So this is a lengthy section. Not going to spend time on that. Notice that went out. This is actually the third official community meeting. We had several others that were informal. But we had 3 different mailings to make sure everyone knew about the project. That is our presentation for the project.
So why don't you bring your client on, Henry?
Right. And one thing I did not mention is that Mr. Williams has made a commitment to the community to have at least 10% of the units for Section 8 vouchers program. Mr. Williams, you sat here while I presented the project on your behalf.
Can I swear him in first?
Swear him in, yeah.
Dr. Williams, please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Joseph T. Williams, JOSEPH, WILLIAMS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Williams, you sat here during the presentation of your project, correct?
Correct.
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony and Mr. Yonta's testimony as your own and as true and correct?
Yes, I would.
All right. And have you made a commitment to the community to have at least 10% of the units in this building allocated for Section 8 housing vouchers?
Yes, I have.
And do you intend to abide by that agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Questions from the board?
So there wasn't a summary of the RCO meeting, but what were the comments of there's no sort of letter of support? I don't see any. Can you tell me about the meeting or the meetings?
Meetings. So in the beginning, Mr. Johns, there was a real concern about parking because at the time there were 214 dwelling units and only 82 parking spaces. There's also concern about the number of units and the massing of the building. And actually I think that was probably, there was a virtual meeting and then there was an in-person meeting. And so the architects went back to their drawing board and before we met with CDR, I don't think we had reduced the number of units. That was in February because we were supposed to have a meeting with the zoning board on March 26th. And the community issued a letter of opposition because of a number of things, parking, massing. And we met with them a couple more times. And we ended up at the last meeting with 2 levels of parking underneath, eliminating 34 units, bringing it down to 169, and then doubling the parking underground. And that seemed to win the day. Plus, there was a commitment, as I said, for the Section 8 vouchers.
I have a question. So the original 8th floor, the now would be the 7th floor. Everything that was on the original version of the 8th floor, since the 8th floor is no longer there, would be on the 7th floor?
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, how many 1-bedroom and how many 2-bedroom?
Carrie, are you still there? I know there's a summation somewhere. Carrie, are you still on the call?
He's allowing to talk now.
Here we go.
And let me rejoin. If you, in the presentation, right now, we are 14 studios. Well, hold on, let me get the right numbers. We're 6 studios, 151 1-bedrooms, and 12 2-bedrooms.
And how many studios did you say, 14?
6 studios.
I'm sorry. 6, okay.
151 1-bedrooms, 12 2-bedrooms.
Okay, thank you.
And once again, they're generous size 1-bedrooms. So we're not squeezing things in here.
All right, other questions?
Yeah, can you point out the loading dock on the plan? Because I've seen the parking plan, but I'm trying to see where the loading space relates to the elevator.
Relates to the elevator?
Yeah, how it,
If
yeah,
you could
how,
go to the
what's,
first floor plan.
so
Can it-
not this one though, because it's the original, not the revised,
I'm sorry.
or is it the same?
No, Hank, you had the right plan.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, okay, it stayed the same, basically.
Yes, there were no, the relationship of the loading dock to the elevators and everything did not change from any of the RC or CR or CDR meetings. So you kind of see it's accessed right there, and then just quickly through a set of double doors around the corner to the elevators.
Okay, and then there's no freight elevators, so people will be using one of the two main elevators for moving in as well?
One of the elevators will be designated a freight elevator for move-in.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
I just want to get a clarification on the proviso form. Mr. Clinton, I did see there were two versions that were presented. One, the only difference that I saw was one mentioned the landscaping and one didn't. But in the 4 pages of revised plans, one of the pages was a landscaping plan. So it seems like the one that mentioned the landscaping is the one that was being put forward, but I could be wrong.
I think you're right. As usual,
Okay.
Ms. Emerson. You are
Well,
correct.
that was the older one is the one that had the landscaping. The newer one that was submitted didn't have the landscaping mentioned. But then when I looked at the plans, I saw landscaping. So I assumed that there was clarification there because there wasn't a landscape plan originally, just later.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for noticing that.
No problem. Thank you.
Questions or comments from this audience or the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair. There is a man here. A number ends with 552. He's allowed to talk.
Okay, bring it. All right, bring her on.
He's allowed to talk.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, Adrian.
Hi.
Did I have you on this morning, or was that yesterday?
No. We had
Okay, go ahead.
continued
State
this
your name and
morning.
spell for the stenographer, please.
Okay. Adrian Fernandez.
All right.
Fernandez.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay. For some reason, this address 1318 West Clearfield Street. We did have there are more than one affected RCO here, and we did plan the meetings together. However, on the ZBA calendar, for some reason, Swampwood was left off of the list to show the docket, just for the record. So we thought that maybe they continued or something. We didn't even know this hearing was going to happen today. So as this project is in a majority single family area, we're opposed to it because it does not fit in with the character of the neighborhood. The design review, there was an attempt to skip the CDR, and the applicant party, what they did was they scheduled a ZBA hearing without scheduling a CDR. So that's one reason why this has been going on for most of the year. The parking at the community meeting, the last one, the affected neighbors brought up some really good points. And one of the points that we were concerned about is that the parking, I think, is 169 spaces. One of the neighbors brought up that the parking area is not secure enough. If security is not a zoning issue, that's one thing, but that's a concern when you have 169. I can't imagine having a parking lot with 169 cars underground and there's no security at the door and no parking office. And the neighbor was stating, for example, that while a car is going in and the door is going up and down, that someone just coming along the street could just enter the parking area and make it unsafe and make it known to be unsafe to the community, which is a block over from Broad Street. So that's a major concern that was brought up at the last meeting by affected neighbors. Also traffic congestion, we didn't really, have a traffic plan, and Clearfield is a small street where it's a very small street. Everything is very close together. We're very familiar with the current building, as it is. So we're totally familiar with the space, and the size of, the lot. Also, there's too many one-bedroom apartments. That was an issue for Swampwood RCO, and we're not satisfied with the changes that have been made, where there are now 151 single-bedroom units. We felt as though there should be more two-bedroom units and maybe even some three-bedroom units, but definitely more two-bedroom units, so more families could be attracted on this single-family block. Even though we know that lot is not single-family, and we don't think it ever was. We're very familiar with it. That's pretty much our comments. The
Adrian,
others we
thank
gave
you
at
very much for
CDR,
taking,
they were changed.
thank you very much for taking the
Right.
time to call. So is there anyone else in the audience, virtual audience?
No hands, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff, Madison Matera.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
This proposal completed its civic design review in November 2024. The Civic Design Review Committee's advisory recommendations are not an expression of the City Planning Commission's recommendation or opinion regarding zoning variances, special exceptions, or other discretionary approvals associated with this proposal. The property was remapped from I2 medium industrial to ICMX commercial industrial mixed use in 2024. The proposal for residential is in character with the surrounding neighborhood. The requested variance for floor area ratio is de minimis. The appellant has shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code for loading spaces. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variances for multifamily floor area ratio and loading spaces.
Thank you. Henry, we're going to vote on this in 2 weeks, and we're going to take it to executive session, just go over a couple, few issues with us, okay? We're gonna
Understood.
Go over a few issues. So what's that date?
So that vote will be held December 3rd at 2:00 p.m.
December 3rd at 2 p.m. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
members of the board.
Number 2, MI 2024-006-748, 4283 Viola Street, TA 63838. Meredith Furliger is the attorney, and Stephen Masters represents the neighbors.
She's promoted as a panelist.
So, let me swear you both in first. Meredith, why don't you go first?
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger of Dilworth Paxson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Steve?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Masters, Stevemasters.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so let me tell you where we are with this. I mean, we've met numerous times, right? And if I remember correctly, Steve, the last time you were almost done, you said, right? And Meredith, you said you had to follow up a little something, right?
I have 4 redirect questions. That's it.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We want 15 minutes from you, 15 minutes from you. Okay, is that all right, Steve?
Yes, I'm not aware if our expert is available. So who do you want? I'll redirect to your client, right?
Yeah,
That,
right.
I thought what we
Right.
were doing.
And then what we're
was-
going to
yeah.
do is, there's been a lot of hearings and things of that nature, so we don't want you summarizing here. We'll take, written memos from both of you. And I think I've had a conversation with Hillary. We're going to schedule that maybe 3 weeks out, if I remember correctly, right? So.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
Yep. So Steve, why don't we do this? Why don't you start? And if I remember correctly, you said to me, you said, I'm almost done. I got to do something. And I said, no, the time was up. So tell me what it is you want.
I don't have that.
Oh, you got a little mad at me when I cut you off the last time, so I.
That's possible. It's possible, Mr. Chair. I believed that,
You're done?
I believe that I was done and that,
Oh, that's,
opposing counsel was going to do redirect to her client and then I was going to cross-examine.
thank you very much. I
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you. Meredith?
You'll forgive me, I sound a little funny today. German, can you pull the chair up?
What do I swear in there, right? Sir, could you please state your name and spelled for the stenographer?
German Yakubov, GermanYakubov.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, Meredith.
Thank you. German, just to set the stage a little bit, so you've been present for all the prior hearings, in particular for Mr. DeBruyn's testimony during the last couple of hearings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. During the last session with Mr. DeBruyn, he mentioned that your pro forma seemingly was not for this project. So at a high level, can you explain again for the board what your pro forma was intended to show for this project in terms of the density?
Sure. So I think part of the testimony before was that there were 3 individual lots, and this is kind of a self-created hardship because we've decided to consolidate them, and the lot was too big for a single-family home. So what the pro forma was designed to show was that even if I were to split up the lots and keep them as 3, that the least amount of units that could be built on each one would be 6. And that's evidenced by any other development that was done in the neighborhood for the last 50 years. Any new construction, there was a minimum of 6 units that were built. Anything less was not built. Anything that was anybody that sought a variance or got a permit for zoning that was under 6 units was not built. So what I showed was that the least amount you could build is 6 per lot. So that would be 18. And our proposal shows that it was 16 that we're proposing. So that was the intent of the pro forma. That's why I did not go above the 6 units on that spreadsheet.
Thank you. Mr. DeBruyn also alleged that your practice essentially is to artificially and unnecessarily hold properties as a mechanism to argue for higher density on other projects. From your perspective and your experience, does your ownership or the status of your ownership of other properties for any reason affect how you approach other developments in the same or different neighborhoods for that matter?
No, we treat each property individually. So the cost that goes into any specific property is isolated to that. So if there's a property that's up the street and that's costing us way more to hold, it doesn't affect this instant property or any other property other than that one. Yeah.
Okay. We had presented Mr. DeBruyn with examples of listings that were at that time sitting on the market unsold. In your experience as a real estate developer in the Parkside neighborhood, what is your general opinion about whether Mr. DeBruyn's construction cost figures are realistic?
I'm going to object. There's no basis for a foundation that he can address that question. He's not here as an expert witness. He's not here as someone who is dissecting what our expert witness presented. He can talk about his own experiences, his own developments, but he's not qualified as an expert to critique someone else's analysis.
I'll rephrase the question. German, based on your personal experience in constructing properties in the Parkside and other neighborhood, do you believe that the construction costs that Mr. DeBruyn presented in his report are consistent with your own experience in construction?
I'm objecting again. There's no foundation that he has any knowledge of anything other than his own projects. He can testify to his own projects, but he has no foundation to anything else. And Mr. DeBruyn didn't name any of his projects.
So why don't you have him testify to his projects? Okay.
Chairman, you've heard the guidance.
Sure. So I've been developing in East Parkside for the last 13 years. And in our experience, the cost to construct per foot is outlined in our pro forma. The way that Mr. DeBrune backed into his cost was based on the
Objection.
properties.
He's now testifying about something that he has no foundation to testify
So,
to.
so we'll let him testify that what he saw that Mr. Brune said. All right.
Sure.
I'm gonna, but what,
Okay, but
All
we do want to note the objection for the record because
Yep.
he's completely
Yep, I got it.
unqualified to do that.
I understand. Thank you.
So we hope you will disregard it.
All right, thank you.
And just for the record,
Well,
Ms.
Why don't you let him do it?
Sure. So Mr. DeBrune used sales price to justify the cost of construction, saying that it's obvious that somebody sold the property for $196 a square foot, so they must have made money. So it must have cost them significantly less to do that. And that just isn't true for a multitude of reasons. One of which doesn't take into fact that there were properties that were listed for sale that never sold. And Mr. DeBrune's analysis completely omitted that altogether. Not only that, Mr. DeBrune's sales that he used were from all over the city. They weren't specific to a certain neighborhood. They were in different neighborhoods. And I think one of the quotes that Mr. DeBrune used that, you know, it's you could build a single family house in East
I'm
Parkside
objecting that now he's trying
because-
to quote from our
So-
expert and
so
that's not allowed.
I don't want you quoting.
Sure.
Just what you've done, period.
Sure. So our pro forma says that it cost about $211 a square foot to
Okay.
build. And
All right.
it's completely contradictory to the way that Mr. DeBrune's
Well, thank
backed
you.
into it.
All right, this is question 4. I keep a track of, right? So it's your 4th question.
Thank you. Okay, one of the things that Mr. DeBrune talked about was sort of referencing back to Mr. Masters' earlier presentation, and this one I can bring up for reference for the board. Mr. Masters' original exhibits had included a report called Project Reclaim, which Mr. DeBrune talked about. Let me bring that up before I go any further here. German, are you familiar with Project Reclaim and this report?
I am.
And I have up on the screen here Mr. Masters' exhibits that he
Can I just ask for clarification? He said that he's familiar with it, but I don't know what that means. I don't know how in-depth he is familiar with it. I don't know if he has talked to people who participated in the creation of it. So I need more foundation before I can object or not.
He is only going to be commenting on what is actually up on the screen, on the figures that are provided in the report that were in your exhibits presented to this board and that were discussed with Mr. DeBrune.
Well, that's not showing that he has any background or experience with that project. It just means that he has looked at a page of it. Is that all that his experience is?
I think that Mr. Yakubov, as a developer and somebody familiar with construction, can look at an estimate for what it costs to build a single-family home and offer commentary on it.
So what I'm going to do is let him talk about his own, this is just his comment, his statement, nothing more. Like he's not tested as an expert. This is what he's going to take his experiences, look at this and tell us what he thinks. So
Thank you.
you could object,
I do object to it because
Okay.
it has no,
Well,
there's no
let's-
foundation.
Let's see what he has to say,
Okay.
okay?
Mr. Chairman, these were in his exhibits that he submitted to this board.
I'm not saying that the exhibits are a problem. I'm saying that your client's opinions about the exhibit, that's an expert
right,
testimony.
Move on.
Okay, so Mr. Yakubov, based on page 85 of this exhibit, this is called Opinion of Probable Cost, Infill Housing North Side. So how much did this report suggest that it would cost to build a single-family home?
About $375,000.
Okay, and so using Mr. DeBruyn's numbers, based on a home of 1,770 square feet, can you in your head tell me what that per square foot unit cost would be roughly?
Sure, it's about $212 or so.
Okay, and that would be nearly identical to what you just in redirect testified to this board as being the per square foot unit cost that you included in your pro forma, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and this project reclaim report is over 10 years old based on the date that's in this report. So if your numbers are reasonably consistent with financial estimates that are over 10 years old at this point, would you say that your report was conservative or liberal in terms of the number of units that are required and why?
I'm objecting that he's not qualified to make that kind of a pronouncement because you're asking him to analyze market data from different years and to say what is appropriate and what is not. That's not something that he can do.
Give me your response.
I am just asking him to make a comparison from a report that he prepared to publicly available information that you included in your exhibits.
We're gonna.
That's it.
We're gonna allow.
That's all I'm asking is for him to make that comparison.
We're gonna allow.
Well, we can just stipulate that that report on that page said $375,000 and his pro forma said something similar. I can stipulate to that, but that has nothing to do with the validity of either one of those.
Okay.
So
It's
we're
true.
gonna let him testify.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm saying this testimony is,
You can object. I'm
Okay.
gonna let him testify.
Sure. So this was 10 years old. Our numbers are based on the last 13 years of development in East Parkside, as well as surrounding neighborhoods of East Parkside. And $211 is an accurate assessment. And it's pretty conservative given that this is 10 years old. And this was something that was prepared with the anticipation of developing in the specific neighborhood that we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are you done?
I-
Meredith?
If I could just confer with my client for 1 minute. Okay, just one more quick question.
Well, that, and quick, Meredith.
Yeah,
Seriously.
no, understood. So, German, because this, I think the board understands from our introduction that this is the first of two cases that are in front of the board on this same property. The other one is scheduled for December. So, I guess the question here is, did you explore other possibilities for this property? And why is this the option that is the most feasible given all of the circumstances?
I'm going to object that this was asked and answered at earlier hearings. He gave us an extensive analysis of
So
that.
Meredith, I do agree. We went over this, I think, twice. So this would be the third time, okay? Are you done?
Yep.
Thank you. Steve, do you have any follow-up questions for him?
I do, yeah. Let me see if I can get my computer to share this. Oh, Meredith, can you release your computer? Mr. Yakubov, I have a couple questions for you on the pro forma that we're looking at here that is your pro forma, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. And is it your contention that the numbers and the amounts in this pro forma are accurate and are based on what you took into account when you designed the project?
I don't think I understand the question.
You list a number of different costs on this pro forma. Are they accurate? Do you believe that they're true?
Yes.
Okay. looking at the first column, which is the different scenarios, how many units, it goes from single family all the way to 6 units, correct?
It does.
Okay. And then the third the third row, or sorry, column over is a construction cost. And that construction cost, is it true that that construction cost includes not just the masonry and the wood and all the construction of the wood and everything, but it also includes the basically the utilities and the all of the amenities that would go into various bedrooms and kitchens. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes, give or take. Yeah.
Okay. So 2 units would mean that there are 2 kitchens, correct?
Yes,
And 5 units would mean that there are 5 kitchens.
yes,
6 units, 6 kitchens.
yes.
The cost, you say for 2 units, the total cost is the same for two kitchens and 2 washers and dryers as it would be for 6 washers and dryers and 6 kitchens.
That's not what I say at all.
Well, they both say 645,000.
Right, because in some instances, you have to reallocate space, right? So when you're building out different parts of the room, you're also talking about the cost of different sprinklers, and the way that's designed. There's different requirements for a 2-unit building versus a 6-unit building. There's a myriad of different expenses. So it's not itemized per kitchen. And it's a, generally speaking, let's say it's plus or minus, call it 5 or 10% in the grand scheme of things.
So you want us to believe that the cost of constructing 2 units is the same as the cost of constructing 6 units exactly? There's no deviation whatsoever?
That's not what I said at all.
Well, aren't they both listed as 645,000?
Right, they're listed per square foot basis, and their assumptions are what those numbers are based on.
I'm not asking for your assumptions, Mr. Yakubov. I'm asking you, you told me before that these were true numbers, that this is an accurate statement of what the costs are for 2 units, 5 units, and 6 units. Now you're trying to say, I don't know what you're trying to say, because we're looking at figures that say that it's exactly the same to make 6 units with 6 washers and dryers and 6 kitchens.
Right.
It's going to be the exact same cost as 2 units with 2 kitchens.
Sure, so for a...
How is that possible? Can you explain how it's possible?
Absolutely, I can explain that's possible. So for a 2-unit building, you're talking about a 3-bedroom apartment. The kitchen is twice the size, at least, than it is for a 6-unit building. 6-unit buildings might have slightly more cabinets, but not that much more in the grand scheme of things. And also the requirement for the number of, like I said, there are other things that you spend money on for those 6 units than you would for 2 units. And they're not itemized. And generally speaking, these are per square foot costs. The 380,000 is very similar to the Project Reclaim report that you provided. And it's very similar to everything else.
All right,
I mean,
Mr. Yakubov, on this pro forma, does it show how many stories are going to be constructed in each of these scenarios?
it says it's 3,000 square feet.
Right. So it's all 3,000 square feet. And you're saying that, is there going to be a larger washer and dryer and a larger stove? Is that that's going to raise the cost of the 2 units versus, aren't we talking about units that are basically, the utilities are basically the same utilities, the
Not
same
at all.
size?
Not at all.
It's not going to be the same size stove. It's not going to be the same size
Absolutely.
washer and dryer.
Absolutely not.
You have
Not only that.
giant washer dryers for 2 units.
Listen, Steve.
Okay.
Listen. He disagrees with what you're saying. I
Okay.
hear what you're saying. He disagrees. So can we move on to the next?
All right, I'm going to move on. I'm going to look now at Mr. DeBruyn's pro forma. He had one analysis that you remember focuses on construction that was sold, and then he has some that was construction that was then rented, and the entity that constructed the building would stay in possession. Was it your testimony that all of these sale prices and all of these actual sales never happened, that you're saying that they all were were taken off the market, and none of them were sold for those amounts.
Objection, Mr. Yakubov's not in a position to know whether all of these sold or not, but with that said, he can answer the question.
Absolutely, yeah. I can, no, my testimony was that the properties that were not sold, which outnumber these tremendously, are not listed in Mr. DeBruyn's report. So he cherry-picked ones that were 3 miles away in some instances.
Well, if he identified properties that were sold, that doesn't strike me as cherry picking. That strikes me as being accurate as to what actual prices were for houses that were sold in the region. This was all in West Philadelphia. You understand that, right?
I disagree with the complete characterization of your statement. The fact that a property was listed and it was not sold speaks way more about the cost of construction than a property that was sold at a possible loss.
So Steve,
Yeah.
again,
Okay.
he disagrees with you totally. So why don't we just move on? And I'm hoping you're getting close to your last question.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
intention wasn't to try to rehabilitate
No, I know.
Mr.
I know,
DeBruyn's. He
I know.
gave
Yeah, I
his
understand, but you
testimony.
see that he said, I totally disagree with you, so.
Yeah,
I got it.
I anticipated that he would say something like that.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
We don't seem to agree very much, but
That's
Yeah.
okay. Where are we at here?
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank both of you. Ian, Hillary, do we want that both reports a couple days before? So maybe that Monday before the Wednesday meeting?
If we could do them, so I know next week is Thanksgiving, so it's a difficult
So
time,
we're
but
three-
maybe
we're
the,
3 weeks out. We're 3 weeks out.
right, because we were looking at the 10th. I mean, could we have
Okay.
them in by the 5th? Is that possible?
Is that
Or
possible?
do we need more,
for
do we
both
need
of
more
you?
time?
I'm good with the 5th.
I'm fine with the 5th.
Okay, all right.
That's my-
Okay.
my
Thank you.
son's birthday.
We'll have the report in the 5th pardon me? Planning Commission?
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from RSA 5 residential single family to RM1 residential multifamily. After the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the city changed the zoning in this neighborhood and a community requested map change. The zoning of this property changed to RSA 5. This is a 3,920 square foot lot. Assuming the appellant met the correct dimensional requirements, they would be allowed 4 960 square foot lots with 1 dwelling unit apiece. So 16 is not the minimum variance needed to afford relief to the appellant. City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for multifamily with proviso max 4 units.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
Mr.
both.
Chair,
Thank you.
this is,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Hillary. I just want to note that other than the closing statements, briefs, that
That's
the
it. This
parties,
is
yes,
closed.
the
Yep.
record is otherwise closed.
It's
Thank you.
closed.
And I just want to be clear based on what she just said. Are you looking for like a memo of law? Or are you looking
Well,
for
I-
full
what-
brief?
A
Those are
letter-
two
No,
different
no,
A
here's-
letter-
No, let me tell you what it is. Instead of you both making summaries at the end,
Yeah.
we've covered a lot of tracks here. I mean,
Yeah.
how many times we have this? 4 or 5 times?
5
So
or
I
6.
had 5 hearings. So what I think you should do is the things that were important from you in the past, we get to see. Okay?
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
And it can
Thank
be in the
both of
form
you.
of, it can be in the form of a letter brief directed to the chair. That's fine.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you. Number 3, MI 2025-004069, 5424 Valley Street, Vernon Anastasio, Harry Cook are the attorneys. There's a letter of support from Frankfurt CDC.
Good afternoon,
So
Mr. Chair. This is
non-opposition
Jason
from
Hand.
Councilmember Lozada.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Jason Hand. I will be taking over as co-host for the rest of the session.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Mr. Cook, you've already been sworn, but just for the record, could you state your name?
Harry Cook, HARRY, COOK, Anastasio Law.
Could you identify your client, their relationship to the property?
Yes, Farouk El Hadidi, he is the owner of the property, and I have him here with me today, along with Kevin Sims, the architect. If the board has any plan
Our vice
questions.
chair has a few questions for you.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Have you emailed your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed with your screen.
Alrighty. I know the board has a busy schedule today. This is not the most complicated case. I'll try and keep it pretty quick. We are at 5424 Valley Street. My client purchased this property. It was already converted to a 2-unit dwelling. He, in September of 2024, went to obtain his rental license, was advised that it was only single family. He immediately started the zoning process. As discussed, Frankfurt CDC has issued a letter of support. Also in our packet, we have letters of support from both adjoining neighbors. Mr. El Hadidi is a commercial airline pilot who has purchased this property to hopefully provide affordable housing. As seen in the photos in the packet, the property is very nicely appointed. He is committed to affordable housing in terms of voucher, etc. The unit on the first floor, it's identified as a basement unit. However, it has grade access at the rear and there is natural light with windows in the front. I'm just going to go through some of the photos so you can see the fit and finish. And again, these are going to be open to voucher, Section 8 voucher opportunity. Our RCO meeting was held on October 9th. There were 17 people in attendance. The RCO did issue a letter of support, specifically noting the great access to the apartment on the lower level. Here is our posting evidence. Here is the notice that went out to 175 addresses as provided to us by the Planning Commission, plus the RCOs. Evidence of tax clearance, purchased in January of 23. Here is a letter from Guillermo Yunez, the neighbor at 5422 Valley Street, in support of applicant's appeal. As he states, it'll be a great addition to the community. And from the neighbor at 5426, that should state, George Knieser. And with that, here is the Frankfurt letter. And I open it up to questions, or if the board would prefer, I can call upon my client to.
You're going to have your testimony adopted. Let me ask you, this is all completed already? He did all this?
It
without
was,
permit?
the work that you see done inside is all cosmetic work. There was a permit pulled for a new lateral, but it was like for like replacement inside. It's laminate flooring and things like that. As you know, this new use will require a new CO application and inspections. And anything that needs to be permitted in the, at the discretion of the L&I inspector, any permit will be pulled that is required.
Hillary, you had a question about this too, right?
Yeah, I was just a little bit confused with the rear photos, because it looked like this was a case where an interior parking space was being converted into household living, and so the refusal didn't say that, and I didn't know if because normally they try to put that on the refusal, and then if the parking is moved, if there's now surface parking instead, they will note that on the refusal. So because I was a little concerned that if that's what is happening or has happened and that's not on the refusal, that you might need another zoning permit to remove the parking space and move it. I don't know that that would necessarily require a variance because this is an RSA 5 and it's
Right.
accessed by a shared driveway, so you probably
Correct.
would be okay. We just have often with these cases when the parking's relocated, if it's it's a situation where parking is required, it's often in the front, and then they need a variance for that parking. So I just want to kind
I
of
don't-
bring that up. Yeah.
I agree, and I thought about that, and it's my understanding that since it's in the rear, it's not a required space the same way as a front parking, and there is the shared driveway. We did not put in the original application, but it's my understanding that plans were then provided. How would you like to handle that, Ms. Emerson?
So, I mean, because this is a change of use application, and normally if it
No
involves
plans are required.
parking, so there's no plans. Yeah, I mean, if, I mean, I don't know if they would let you amend it. Sometimes even in these change of use ones, they will let you amend it to add parking. That's normally just if the parking is required. Like you might have to do a separate zoning permit application just to note the relocation of the parking space. If that's what happened here, that's what I assumed because there
Right.
was a garage door.
Right.
So if it was relocated, but probably the easiest thing is to just indicate, like get a permit indicating that. The only difficulty with that is if you get a permit first for 2-family at the house, there weren't where
That would come up on the building plan application for CO, and it would generate another refusal potentially.
not necessarily another refusal. Well, yeah, it might. Well, if you got a building permit to transfer to change the garage to living space, you might need to get another variance to make sure the 2-family was included in that. So
If that's required, the parking
Right.
requirement from the rear, which I don't believe it is.
yeah, but there is parking. You would want to have it documented.
Right.
Like especially if it was moved from interior
driveway.
parking
To
to
surface.
surface parking. So you may
Right.
be able to just do that without it impacting use, but you'd have to check with L&I. So I just want to make sure that what's happening, if it's approved, matches what the client did, and so you don't have a mismatch
Understood.
later that causes a problem. So so you may be able, like I said, you may be able to get a separate permit to do that. It's just sometimes it gets tricky if you already have a variance for the use, because they may not see that use extending into the quote unquote new space. Even though that's what you're showing
All right.
here.
And
So
that's
it may
what we
be-
Harry,
what
what
we
do you wanna
presented
do?
as well. Mr. Chairman and Ms. Emerson, would it make sense to then keep the record open with the opportunity to amend this application if need be? We've already presented these plans to the RCO, and they are in support of them. Is that procedurally acceptable?
Yeah, I think that may be a good idea, and it may be if you or your client can reach out to L&I and just say, this is what's happening, but this is what was written on the refusal. Like if we get a separate permit to indicate the relocation of the parking, like is that going to trigger another refusal to get the 2-family all over again? So so we can leave it open and just get clarification before the board has a vote on this. So if we need to,
Okay.
if that is going to be an issue, maybe we can amend it in.
I also
So-
don't want to run on a fool's errand if the board is not
Right.
inclined to approve.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't you have your testimony adopted, see what the board has to say about it, see if there's anybody, and then we'll go from there, okay? So why don't you
Sure.
bring your client on?
Mr. El Hadidi, can you raise your virtual hand to be sworn in and adopt my presentation?
I'll be coming back in as a panelist, counsel.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name, sir, and spell for the stenographer?
Hi, my name is Farouk El Hadidi, Farouk, and last name is Elhadidy.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. El Hadidi, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes.
Was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes, sir.
Do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Is the basement a bi-level with the first floor?
It is inaccessible from the first floor.
So how do you access?
Well, let me bring on, before I speak out of school on that, because the plans are here. Let me bring on the architect to address any questions as it relates to the plan, if that's okay, Mr. Johns.
Can you pull up the plans again too?
Mm-hmm. And if Kevin Sims could be elevated to presenter, please.
To Sims,
Okay, so I see the plan. So the
the
only
back door.
access the basement is through the driveway.
The back door. That's correct. Leave the windows up front here in the well.
So
But there aren't large runs. It's a pretty, compact space.
so if I'm a tenant, I have to walk down the driveway, or if I'm pedestrian, I have to walk down the driveway to access the front. That's the access.
Yeah, that's, the front of that
That's
property
right.
is in the back.
That's right. The front of the property accesses the upstairs, the rear of the property accesses the downstairs, and theoretically that would have the parking.
Well, unless somebody's walking.
Correct.
So they'd have to walk down the driveway. And how far is this from the corner?
So let me show you where this is here. There is a path here on Talcahuano, but if you came in from Sanger Street, it's almost mid-block.
So you have to walk halfway down a driveway to get to your unit.
That is correct. And I do want to reiterate that my client did not create the second unit.
Yeah.
He bought it like this, you're saying?
Yes.
Other questions on the board?
Yes, what's gonna be the plan for the mail?
That's a great question, and I haven't thought about it. However, I would say that we could have 2 postals up front or 1 postal in the rear and 1 up front.
Yeah, but there's
Post
no
office
legal
is
address
not
at
gonna
the
mail
rear,
to
so the part of the
You can't do
problem
that, Ari.
with the.
We could have 2 mailboxes up front, and clearly the second unit occupant can receive mail up front.
So they have to go to the front of the house. If they're walking, then walk all the way around the corner to the back of their, it's a lot.
I was trying to bring up. So, I mean, I do think like this is the issue with this, the way this was set up. What year was, did your client purchase this property?
So he purchased it in 2023. It changed hands and then it was bank owned for a while, and my client purchased it from that bank.
Okay, was it a REO or was it at auction?
It was auctioned.
Okay, any other questions on the board?
Yep, where would the trash go for both units?
Trash could go in the rear area for both units.
Near the door of the rear unit? I mean,
Yeah.
the basement level unit?
That's an option, or if we have any recommendations.
Well, the first floor doesn't have access to the back from their unit. They have to walk.
Well, that's why the first floor would be dealing with the trash the same way that they would normally be dealing with the trash. I mean, we could put something out in front, and perhaps Mr. Sims could address that with a design-centered answer. if he's
So
been
that basement
raised.
unit may have to track their trash all the way around the front.
Exactly.
It's possible.
Well, where does the trash, where does the trash, sanitation pick the trash up from, the front or the rear, from the alleys on this block?
Mr. El Hadidi, which street does trash pickup, does trash collection take place on?
The front.
Okay, so that they have to pull their trash around the front.
And my last question is, do you know of any other multifamily units on this block?
Mr. El Hadidi, have you encountered any additional multifamily on this block?
Yes, they're on Valley Street, the corner house. It does. I think it is. I think the corners on both ends, and there's another street that I share the same driveway. That I share the same driveway with. Also have multiple units facing the other way. Forgot the actual name. It's Tech. It starts with the T, but the street right next to me. There are multiple units that have the same theory. Multi-family.
Is people living there already, Harry?
He has a rental license for one unit. He
But I
can rent
mean,
that, but
the
no,
basement, is anybody living there?
no.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yeah, I do not see any hands raised.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for two-family household.
That Harry, has council told you, we're not voting on this. You need to get back to us and tell us what you're doing.
About parking, and I'll
Yep,
also
yep,
come up with
yep.
if the board
Yeah.
is amenable to post office questions and trash pickup.
Ian, do we want to give this a date or when he's done doing what he does with L&I?
Chair, I would recommend putting this on for the resumption
Okay.
date that we have.
Okay, all right. So there's going to be a resumption hearing for this, 2/3/26 at 9:30 a.m. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you.
Thank you. Number 4, MI 2025-004087, 12123 Knights Road. Anna Willis is the attorney. Wow, Ray. Make sure the microphone's nice and close, if you would. Thank you.
Got it.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Anna Wills, ANNA WILLS of Dwayne Morris
All right, do you
LLP.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify a client and the relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority, or SEPTA. They are the owner of the property.
Right, and my understanding is, we met with Mill Creek, right?
Yes,
Millbrook?
Millbrook Civic Association.
Okay. And there's a letter of support from Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, a letter of support.
Okay, and our vice chair has some questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, and then we submitted the notice of mailing to the RCO at the board's request yesterday.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right. All right. So as you know, I'm here. With me today is also Carl St. Pierre, the engineer from Pannoni, who helped design our project plan. And we also have Emily Silver and Kelly Edwards from SEPTA here today.
Okay.
So a few housekeeping items. We
Yep.
have our appeal.
Why don't I tell you that
Yeah.
We have all.
You have all of our documents.
Everything's
All
done,
right.
so why don't you start your presentation?
so-
I mean, you
yeah.
could go to the, what the issue is while you're here.
Yeah, all right.
Read that, and then you could start.
Okay, so the property is located in the CA1 zoning district, which the SEPTA is proposing to construct a transit station that it will be an end-of-line facility for SEPTA buses. Because the transit station use in the C1A zoning district is permitted by special exception, but because the property falls within the far northeast overlay, the overlay has a requirement that all special exceptions obtain a use variance. So that is why we are here asking for a use variance for the transit station use. As you can see, this is where the property is. It's located along Woodhaven Road and has an exit along Knights Road. Over here, you can see is the back of the Franklin Mall, and then this is the Liberty Plaza Shopping Center. Currently, SEPTA buses, when they hit the end of the line at this location, they park or stop and turn around in the parking lot of the Liberty Plaza Shopping Center. The bus drivers have to get out and then use the Burger King facility for their restroom facilities. That situation, as you can imagine, has some logistical issues. Sometimes the parking lot is full, sometimes there are tractor trailers in the way. I believe the Franklin Mills Flea Market actually uses the parking lot on the weekends. So the SEPTA is not able to provide a dedicated facility for the turnaround of the buses. SEPTA has been building these facilities across the city with great success, so they are proposing to build one right here, not far from where the buses currently turn around. As you can see, let me pull up the rendering. This is what SEPTA proposes to build. The buses will enter on Woodhaven Road and then park. There will be parking for 6 buses and then potentially 8 mini transit units to the right of the building over here. The site plan might be a little bit more helpful.
So you go in on Woodhaven and go back out on Knights.
Go out on Woodhaven if you're going west on Woodhaven, or go out on Knights if you're going north on Knights. And then here's a rendering of what the building will look like. It is meant mainly just to be a restroom facility with utilities. It's for the bus operators only to get out and use the restrooms on their break. I believe bus layover is between 5 and 15 minutes. So they won't be parked for long, but for rest. As you know, we have the councilman's support. We presented the project to the Millbrook Civic Association on September 13th or 30th. They voted 11-4 and 2 against the constituents, and we attempted to get the RCO to provide a letter of support. But after numerous follow-up, we were unable to secure the letter from the RCO.
Okay.
So I think with that, I will bring up Carl St. Pierre to talk a little bit more about the plan. Carl.
Could you please state your name
Carl St. Pierre with Panoni Associates.
and spell it for the stenographer?
Carl ST period PIERRE.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Carl, did you hear my presentation earlier?
Yes, I did.
Would you agree with it?
Yes.
And would you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
All right. Carl, could you just run the board through the plan a little bit in more detail?
Sure. So, as Anna said, this is just a bus turnaround and break area for the bus drivers to come and use the bathroom and take a break. So the buses would be coming from Woodhaven, from the east there. They would take a right at the far side entrance, and then they would either park, one of the 6 spaces around I guess you want to call it the octagon there or whatever. And then once they leave, they would either go about the exit to the right on Woodhaven and take the right, and then or like you said, they would go out left, out to the top left-hand side, and go north on Knights Road.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any questions from the board for Carl or for me?
Why don't we wait till your whole,
Okay.
you going to bring your client on and adopt your testimony?
Yes,
Why don't we
please.
do that?
Emily, would you come up? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Emily Silver, EMILYSILVER.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed, counsel.
Emily, did you hear my testimony earlier?
Yes.
Do you agree with it?
Yes.
And would you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Questions from the board?
Yes, in terms of traffic studies, I'm assuming that this was already reviewed by streets since the buses are gonna have to now turn in sort of further back in the street than where the traffic light is. I'm just thinking because of the size of the bus. Has there been any consideration to how that's gonna affect traffic?
It was reviewed and approved by streets. Yeah.
Other questions? Questions or comments from for our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience here?
I don't see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from CA1, auto-oriented commercial, to CA2. Under the recommended zoning of CA2, the proposed use of transit station would be allowed by right. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for transit station.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-087-12123 Knights Road. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Tywin, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Mr. Nachumson, 2106 North Orkney, MI 2025-004-147, 2106 North Orkney Street.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Alan Nachumson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Nachumson, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client, I just want to show you, is Louise Goutier, the owner of the property.
Okay, and here? We have a letter of support with proviso from Norris Square Community Action
Yep,
and non-opposition from Councilwoman Lozada.
that is correct.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Have you mailed your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Thank you. Here to present 2106-10 North Orkney Street. This exhibit packet includes 11 exhibits. We notified 122 neighbors of the community meeting, and as the chair indicated, we have a letter of support both from the community group as well as a letter of non-opposition from the district council member. We also have a letter of support from nearby neighbors. We have 3 refusals here. Sorry, my screen's a little slow. My computer's a little slow for some reason. Here we go. 3 refusals here for this property. This is a lot reconfiguration of parcels for 2106, 2108, and 2110 North Orkney Street and a portion of 2109 North 5th Street. We are essentially consolidating 2106, 8, and 10 North Orkney Street into 2 duplexes. So we're taking 3 lots and making 4 units there. And we're giving a portion of 2106 North Orkney Street to 2109 North 5th Street where my client lives. We have 3 refusals here. First, we have a refusal for 2 principal residences because we're keeping this as 1 lot rather than the 3 lots that are there. That's a technical refusal. I think that's form over substance. The multifamily in nature, we're taking again 3 lots and making 4 units. But you know, it's more of a condominium structure than anything else. We're just asking for 1 additional unit. Given the configuration of the lots, we think that's appropriate under circumstances. And we're reducing the rear yard of 2106 North Orkney Street. We're giving it back to 2109 North 5th Street where we live, but we're not changing the building structures in any way. We're not affecting anyone's light and air anyway. My clients just want a bigger rear yard for themselves, and there's a lot of open space, as you'll see from the plans and drawings. And again, we met with the community, and you can see there was overwhelming support. It was 14-1 in support. And, you know, again, people were very supportive of this project. My clients have lived at 2109 North 5th Street for 10 years. And they have other family members in the area. So, and they know the neighbors too. I mean, this is a family, my clients are, you know, well known in the area. And then, you know, they have had, you know, support from, oh, there is something about the trash though. I do believe that's, let's see. Yes, there is 1 proviso about trash in outside. So if the board feels inclined to grant the zoning variance, it would be with the proviso trash stored outside. And then we have a letter of non-opposition from the district council member. And then we have letters of support from nearby neighbors as well. Views of the properties. I kind of just wanted to show you, aerial, like what's going on here. Again, 06, 8, and 10 North Orkney Street and 2109 North 5th Street. And then you can see it from this perspective as well from the city. And then maps of the area. We are surrounded. Well, strange. If this was an RM1 property, you know, the amount of units would be allowed as of right because we're at 1,505 square feet. And but there's this small little section for whatever reason, this little pocket that's RSA 5. And then photographs of the property. We're keeping this single family structure and making it into a duplex. We're building a duplex here. We'll have open area here. It'll be create a real community here of 4 units here. And then this is the rear property at 2109 North 5th Street where my client lives. These are the orange notice posters showing proof of posting for today's hearing. This is North Orkney Street to the right of the properties, to the left of the properties, North 5th Street to the right of the properties. And to the left of the property. And then our plans and drawings. And, you know, we have Ian Toner from Toner Architects if anyone has questions. But you can see we have repurposed that 2-story structure. We're building another 2-story structure here. And we're redirecting the staircases so everyone has access in a responsible way. You know, in terms of the layout of the units, and you have a studio here as unit number 1. You go up a flight of steps in that existing building. That's another
Excuse
studio.
me, we see a black line.
Oh,
We see
oh.
again.
You see the black line. All right, yeah. All right, how about this? We're gonna stop sharing for a second. I'm gonna go into, let me just see. 1 second. See, I'm not going full screen mode. Maybe you can see it better that way. So let me just go up 1. Let's see. And I'll just expand 2 so you can see a little better too. Okay, can you see better now? All right,
Yes.
great. All right, so you have the first unit, which is in that existing building structure. This is a studio apartment. You go up the steps. If you saw before, they were kind of reoriented for this newer version of this configuration, but it has steps going to unit number 2 on the 2nd floor. Then we have this newer building structure, which is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. where you can get direct access here with a living room, bathroom, and a bedroom. And then instead of, going, to unit number 1 on the first floor, you can go up a flight of steps to unit number 2, all exterior access. So each unit has its own front door. And this is also 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Oops. Let me try to go back to full screen mode. Maybe that'll be helpful. Hopefully the black line doesn't. There we go. So as you can see here, these are the staircases that were created, external staircases here. And if you look here, just I want to point out, this is where the trash would be stored in the rear, right here. And that's a proviso that we agreed to. And then this is just the survey, which shows the reconfiguration of the lots. And this is our RCO meeting notice where we met with where we notified 122 people. It was a very well-attended meeting. Proof of mailing, proof of emailing. Our application for appeal that we filed on Mr. Goutier's behalf, on the application for appeal, and then there was a refusal. And then finally, the deed to property showing that he owns the properties. And then finally, on top of that, for record-keeping purposes, is proof that he doesn't owe any taxes. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second. I would ask that Mr. Goutier be sworn in. Yep.
He's in the back, right?
I'm assuming. Oh, he's here.
Uh-huh,
Okay.
so-
I didn't see him. So I've
Okay,
been here the whole
right.
time. Okay, sorry.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please get a little closer to the mic if you would, because you're, all right. Could you please state your name and then spell for the stenographer?
It's Luis Portalatin Gautier, Luis, last name Portalatin hyphen. Well, I've just recently married, so I adopted my wife's.
All right, good. I see, okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Oh, yeah, Luis, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes,
Is it true and correct?
yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, questions from the board?
Yes, so with the redesign, are we getting rid of the front door, the existing front door and the existing structure?
I believe we are.
Right. And then what's the plan for the mail?
The mail,
Sorry, it's like
that's a
I'm
good question. Like I said, it's an open concept, so you have the 2 buildings in the middle. I think, we can collaborate with the post office, but I would envision maybe some mailboxes in the front, to the left or the right of the building structures. So it would be obvious and available to the residents.
Because now we're gonna have 2 lots, right? So it'll be 2 unit, essentially each building's on a single lot.
No, it's one that 2106, 8, and 10, my understanding is going to be 1 lot with 2 principal residences. That's one of our refusals.
Right.
So it's form over substance because it's more of a condominium structure in a way. And then we have that open area in the middle and then the outdoor area in the middle as well.
Shared.
For shared. It's all shared.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice little courtyard,
Yeah. I'm just reading our notes, which said 3 lots to 2. And I was like, this is designed as 1.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, other questions?
Yes, I guess my question is about the stairs in between here. Is that the only way you're accessing these properties, these exterior stairs?
That is
Is that-
correct. That is correct. For the upper units, that is correct. There's no interior stairs. We're having exterior steps.
Okay. And, all right. I guess I'm having concerns about, you come home, you got your groceries, you got to go all the way up these steps to get to your unit? Is this how this is going to work?
For the second level unit, that is correct. Whether it's interior or exterior steps, you would always have to walk up a set of steps. It's just the exterior portion.
It's easier if it's inside and you don't have to worry about rain and snow and sleet and hail and what have you, but okay.
Is there a plan to cover it?
I'm sorry?
Cover it. Is it gonna be covered? The
Yeah,
stairs?
is there going to be some kind of covering? How
so-
is this going to?
So I would defer, I mean, I may know the answer, but I would rather have the architect answer. So is Mr. Toner in the virtual audience? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
It looks like they've been promoted.
Sure,
Ian
thank you.
Toner.
Mr. Toner.
All right, I'm
Hi,
back.
Mr. Toner, how are you, sir? Could you please
I'm
state your
great.
name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Ian Toner. It's IANTONER from Toner Architects.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yeah, Ian, you heard the question from board member, I believe it was John's, or maybe even board member Gaston as well. There was some concern about the exterior staircases in terms of functionality. Was there an intention, or can it be done where you would put maybe an awning of some sort at the doorway of these second floor units?
Sure. I mean, anything can be done. Our intention was they were going to be open. We would have a concern about the shading of the yard. If we have all this stairway covered, it's just more shadow in the yard, and we're trying to allow sunlight in there to keep it bright and have light for the units. But if that's a condition that the board needs to be able to support it, then I mean, there's not a physical reason it can't be done.
Okay.
And I guess my other question is, would this require this exterior stairs like this? Would this require approval by, I don't know, the Board of Building Standards or some other board as opposed to just us?
Well,
I
the-
don't
Ellen and
believe
I-
so.
Ellen and I will have to look at it, right?
I mean, we would, if it's required, we would go there, but my understanding is that we don't have any windows opening into this stairway. We just have the doors that access the landings. And so it's not a fire concern. That's normally like an exit stair, having windows that open to it can be a concern simply because if the fire is behind that window, then it has the potential to create problems. But we have made sure to keep the stairs and the windows separate from each other so that that is not an issue.
And Mr. Toner, I have another question, and I think the photograph showed this. There are currently exterior steps leading to the second floor currently, right?
Yeah, the stairs that we're showing are the stairs that are there, and then we would just expand the upper landing to stretch across to get to the door of the new unit on that side.
Yeah,
On the
I
other
can show the
side.
board, just the photographs of the current condition. Further
Quick
ahead.
question, are the stairs wood or are they metal?
Right.
The existing stairs are wood.
But the new stairs, would they be wood as well?
Yes.
Would it be an AZAC type of material or just natural wood?
Right now it is painted wood. So, the assumption was we were just going to extend what's there. But again, I mean, anything can be changed. So
Just comment, my neighbor put a third story and deck on his property, and he has to get to the deck in the back. He has exterior stairs, and he had to get approval from the Board of Building Standards to have that. It wasn't just, something that he could do without additional approvals. So I'm not
Yeah,
sure
there
that would be the
absolutely-
case here. I'm just
Well,
saying.
yeah. there are situations where that might be the case. I don't think it will be here, but obviously if it is, then we either would correct whatever is causing that, or we would go to the board and seek their relief.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Just briefly, I just, Mr. Hawkinson, you'd mentioned about a proviso for trash, and I thought that the applicant had, or sorry, not the applicant, the RCO had said, they wanted like commercial bins in a specific part of the property, but your client already agreed to put, had an agreement with the RCO to put the trash in a specific spot outside. So it seemed like that issue was already resolved. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, I believe we updated our plans to put, and I think I showed it on the floor plans where the upper left-hand corner of the property would have where the trash enclosure would be.
I can just jump in and say, they asked us for this plan showing the trash before they were willing to send the letter of approval after the meeting.
Applicant signed an agreement with the RCO to provide trash in a specific area.
Yeah, and that's where we put it, like exactly where we're showing it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
I have a handout from Manilda Pimentel. I will promote them to panelists and they should be back in shortly.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sure, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Nilda Pimentel, Nilda. Pimentel is Pimentel.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Hi, please start your testimony.
Yes, I chair the coordinating RCO that considered this application, and I ask for your apologies because we're going to be a little redundant. So we really appreciate the time. I don't want to take more time than usual, but we always make a point, even when we're supporting applications, to participate actively in this meeting. So as the attorney indicated, the vote in favor of this application was with the proviso of requiring the applicant to install the commercial grade bin in a specific enclosed area to dispose of the trash. The applicant complied in writing as it was indicated earlier, and as a result, our RCO is recommending to the board to consider approving this application. I also want to state that we always make the point of sending a team that we have to speak to neighbors, nearby neighbors. We did that. There was no objections, and we also reached out to the principal of the McKinley School, public school. Actually, it was not the principal; it was the assistant principal, Miss Lara, and the school is located on the same block as the property in question, and the school raised no objections. So I just wanted to say that for the record.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. Is there anyone else in the audience?
No further answer, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. When the district plan was written, the property was mapped RM1 residential multifamily. The district plan recommended no change. However, in 2017, the property was remapped to RSA 5 residential single family. That zoning was maintained in a 2022 neighborhood remapping. The appellant has demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variances for multiple principal buildings, 4 dwelling units, and rear yard setback.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-147-2106 North Orkney Street. I vote yes with proviso. Certificate of occupancies to be obtained.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, I'm going to abstain on this one.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Um,
Am I staying here? or
Yeah,
am I-
so I'm going by the schedule. Mr. Nachmanson has one now and then two later. but
All
I'm
right.
going to stay with the schedule.
Thank
So
you.
Handle this one and then, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
I don't want anybody to think, I'm
No, I
letting you
know.
get ahead. So well, I don't know who made the schedule up. We'll blame me in it. You know, like where you are on the schedule, that's all. All right, so number 7, MI 2025-004-149-2620 Castor Ave. Alan Nachmanson is the attorney. Understand we have letter of support from the Port Richmond on Patrol and Civic RCO, and a letter of support from Council Member Driscoll. And there was a CDR also completed. Yep. So, Mr. Nachmanson, you've already been sworn. Just state your name.
Alan Nachumson.
And Mr. Nachmanson, could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is 2620 Castor Development, and behind me is Josh Matthew, one of its members. To the left of me is Rich Villa, their architect. Given, the size of the project, I wanted Mr. Villa to sit next to me to kind of discuss some of those refusals.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions for
Thank
you,
you.
all right?
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
All right, thank you. Very excited about this project. This is a 94-unit project with 68 parking spots on a CMX2 property in the Port Richmond section of Philadelphia. As the chairman indicated, this project has been vetted and reviewed by CDR. And I'm glad to say that after only one meeting, we finished that project or process of this project. We'll go over the notice of refusal. There's a lot of refusals, but they're more technical in nature. We have a letter of support from the community based on overwhelming community support, as well as a letter of support from the district council member, aerial views of the property, maps of the area, photographs of the property and surrounding area, our plans and drawings, which Mr. Villa will help me go through, our RCO meeting notice, our application for appeal, the deed to the property showing 2620 Castor Developments, the owner of their property, and the certificate of tax clearance. After Mr. Villa answers questions from me, I'm assuming from the board, we'll also have Mr. Matthew, who's behind me, adopt the other portions of this presentation as his own testimony. All right, so this is a project for 94 units, 68 parking spots. This is a CMX2 property. Basically, in a nutshell, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to reduce the commercial space. On Castor Avenue is 335 feet long. Under the Philadelphia zoning code, we would be required to have a commercial space at least 30% deep there. That would not be appropriate in this part of the neighborhood. Now, we are across the street from a Home Depot in a parking lot, but it just wouldn't be feasible to have that long. So we're having a good commercial space, just not a humongous commercial space that would overpower the apartment building. We're also allowed, because of the CMX2 zoning, to have 87 units. We're asking for 94 units. We're not required to provide parking. We are providing parking of 68 parking spaces, as well as 32 bicycle spaces. The community appreciated the fact that even though we weren't required to provide parking, we are. And it was an easy trade-off for them to have an additional 7 units. We are asking for a height variance. We're basically on an island, and Mr. Villa will tell you, based on where we are, how we're oriented, we're not going to create any shadow effect. We're setting it forward, the building, on Castor Avenue, and through landscaping and such, no one's going to see us. And you'll see the pictures. We're much better than, hopefully in the future, than what we are now. And then most of the other refusals are just more technical in nature in terms of the roof deck access structures, and we'll go through that as well. All right, so we have a letter of support from ProPac. Again, it was overwhelming. I don't know if they gave a vote outcome, but my understanding, it was overwhelming support. And because of that, Council member Mike Driscoll also is issuing a letter of support for this. And then this is the letter from Civic Design Review. As the board knows, it's an advisory committee, but, you know, we're required to have up to 2 meetings. And, you know, when you have, you know, this process and you only have 1 meeting and there's glowing, you know, commentary, you know, it kind of speaks volumes about, at least from an architectural standpoint, what this project's about. And Mr. Villa will explain, you know, the inspiration behind how it looks and the materials that we hope to put in interior and exterior. And then aerial views of the property. As you can see, we're at the beginning, I would say, of a residential neighborhood. We're introducing it by way of this apartment building, but you can see here's the Home Depot and the Target across the street. And this is how we're fitting within the residential neighborhood. You can also see there's a townhouse community as well with off-street parking as well. So we're, you know, how we're setting ourselves back is pushing ourselves forward on Castor Avenue. We're not, you know, affecting anyone's light and air. We're not overbearing the community in any way. We are putting trees to kind of shield anyone else who may, you know, who may see this building. But, you know, the landscaping is to counteract that. And then maps of the area. Again, we're a CMX2 property. We are almost 42,000 square foot lot. And you can see here where we're at the beginning, I would say, of a residential neighborhood where you have a lot of shopping centers and strip malls right here in front of us on Castor. And then photographs of the property. Right now, the property is using for some type of car repair or vehicular repairs or storage, probably an eyesore to the community. Like, you know, we bought it this way, so we're looking to obviously change that up. This is Castor Avenue showing the notice posters. And this is the view to the southeast on Castor Avenue, view to the southwest from Castor and East Thompson Street. That's our corner. And then our plans and drawings. So I'm going to ask that the board swear Mr. Villa in. I'm going to just have him go through this with me.
Mr. Villa, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Richard Villa, Richard. Villa is V as in Victor, ILLA.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, please proceed.
All right. So, Mr. Villa, what was your inspiration for this building in general?
The building is 4 stories. It's very long on Castor Avenue. And so the idea was to give the building, to sort of break down the scale by, and if you look at the building, you'll see that there are 2 bays of windows, then 3, then 4, then 5, then back down. So it gives the building, it centers it. And at the center of each elevation, the parapet of the building actually raises up and creates, it's an architectural feature to give the building a center. And at the top of the building on Castor Avenue is the address. On top of the building on Thompson is the name of the building. And then what you see around the windows are, it's like an architectural detail to give a lot of shade and shadow to really give the building depth and not look flat, because again, it is very long. And those details are all done in cement board and nothing to do with the Eagles, but the color is called Kelly Green, nothing to do with the Eagles, but that is what the color is called. And then at the top of the building, we have flags. I think there's something very, not theatrical, but like it gives it a nice setting and position on the street because it is an important corner. And then we have on the corner is the commercial space, which Alan's pointing at right now, and that wraps around Castor. The main entrance to the building for residents is on Thompson, and then beyond that is the vehicular entrance. And then down on Castor Avenue to the west, there's a gym in the building. There is a trash.
When we go in the floor plans too, to kind of walk the board kind of through that floor plans as you're doing that. All right, so
in the basement, you know, back to basement is residential storage. There is some commercial space in the basement, utilities, and then the bicycle storage. On the first floor is a 4,000 square foot commercial space on the upper right in blue. Then there is in the pink, that is the residential lobby, packages, mail, management office, a lounge, and then some amenity rooms farther to the west.
And then just to interrupt though, you do have it stepped up, going from this point forward, right?
So the units that are on the ground floor are actually 18 inches off the ground. So, when you're outside, you're not, when you're inside in your unit, you're not at eye level with someone that's outside. So you sort of feel a little more, it's eyes on the street, but it also, separates you from pedestrians outside. And then you see the parking, which some of it's covered, some of it's open. You see the trees to the south.
And by the way, let's introduce one of the variances now in terms of the height. What's the rationale behind the request for a height variance?
So some of it is that in the 4 stories, we want to get clearance for cars to get under the building to park.
All right, and then also to have a more prominent commercial space as well?
Yeah, right. Yes, to give the commercial space a little bit of height, which really makes it more attractive to actually be occupied.
All right, and one of the refusals had to deal with the lack of landscaping in the parking lot, but you do have a significant amount of trees along the border here.
As many as we could put.
All right, cool. And then it's 68 parking spaces, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even though it's not required under CMX2.
That is correct.
All right, and then in terms of, the spaces, I'll just kind of pinch out a little bit, but all the floors kind of are the
They're
same.
all the same, yeah.
Yeah.
They're all 1s, 2s, and studios. They're really good sizes. I do a lot of units. These are great sized units, and they all have exterior space that is within the building, so there's no balconies. So they're all covered exterior spaces.
Yeah, and just for the board's edification, we have 9 studios, 65 one-bedrooms, and 20 two-bedroom apartments. The studios are about like 550 square feet. The one-bedrooms, I would say around like maybe 750.
747. A lot of them are 747 square feet.
Yeah, and then the two-bedrooms are a little over 1,000 square feet.
Correct. And the 1-bedrooms, for the most part, have a little office space inside them, which is very nice. The building has a trash chute and trash that's interior to the building, which is picked up on Castor Avenue.
Yeah, and actually, let me go back on that a little bit because we did skip the trash room. So let's just go, let me stop sharing my screen for a second, get reoriented. All right, let me, oops. Trying to get it. Sorry, just a little bit of a struggle sometimes. Just want to get back to the first floor to show the board where the trash room is. So. All right, so the trash, oh, Jesus. All right, one more time, sorry about that. All right. One more, and the trash room is right there, right?
Yeah, right, the white box in the middle.
And then there's a trash chute where every floor you'll be able to.
It goes right down to the ground floor, and then there's trash pickup off of Castor Avenue.
Yeah, and then the elevators for the building are here. There's 2 sets of elevators. I believe Board Member Nguyen was asking about, how people would move in and move out. Obviously, one of the elevators would be used as a freight elevator when necessary. All right, and I think we do have some, I just want to take a look. Oh, here are some examples of the studios, right? So this is a studio, right? And everyone has laundry in there. And then this is
1 bedroom, with
one
an
bedroom.
office.
That's right. And then again, all the units have on the upper floor some exterior space with a lot of light and air windows.
Yeah, really nice.
And then this is the 2-bedroom, right? So you can see.
That's the corner one. That's the corner 2-bedroom.
Oh.
That's a really nice unit.
Yeah, but you can see in terms of furniture and layout, it's rather ample. And again, having the outdoor space provides some light and air and ability for people to have the benefit of that. I think we did miss the upper floors, which is part of our refusal. So let me just struggling today for some reason. All right, let me just go back to. Where is the upper floors?
You passed it already, but you can go to the site plan if you want.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a site plan.
Go on.
Hold on a second. It's like with these larger photos, it's just giving me a struggle. Let me see. All right, right here. All right. All right. All right. So we have a few couple of refusals. Oh my God, today is just not. Let's try it one more time. Sorry.
Don't worry, nobody's
No one's
anxious
wait-
that you're taking a little while there.
I know. It's like,
None
you
of
know.
the attorneys in the room really care.
No, they don't.
So-
They don't. I'm gonna blame.
Stop right
I'm gonna blame Rich's drawings because they're like going all over the place. Not my first time at the rodeo here. All right. Woof. Okay. So we have a couple of refusals in terms of the size of the roof deck access structures. So so we have one first for the elevator, right? So we have one.
Go.
Yeah, just go through them.
The elevator access structure is for 2 elevators, and so the zoning code really allows for one to have an access for the elevator and a lobby. We just want to provide for both our elevators, so it's over the size that's allowed. And then the 2 access stair towers are over because we want to build a box on top of the building. They're really not visible from the street. They're very far inward from the building. So I think it's rather de minimis. And then we have the size of the, I don't
Oh, no, you go. Yeah.
what was next on the list?
We have the elevator one, we have the 2 stair case ones, and I think that's basically it. And then we also had a refusal regarding the landscaping, as I indicated in the parking lot, and the roof setback.
Rear setback.
What, the rear setback, yes. And the rear setback. So where we're proposing to have 10 feet, where 12 and a half feet is required. So, which is de minimis in nature. So we have, on top of that, the other relevant documents, which is the RCO meeting notice and proof of mailing that notice, our deed to the property.
We have all that.
We have all of that. So with that being said, I would just ask that Josh come up here, be sworn in.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
It's Joshua, Joshua, Matthew, Mathew.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Counsel?
Yes, Mr. Matthew, you heard everything I had to state about this zoning matter.
Yes,
Is it true and correct?
yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board?
I have a quick question. So if you can do 87 by right, the additional 7 units that you're asking for, did you have to fit them in, or did they just go align with your original design of the building?
So it just aligns. So as Mr. Villa showed, they fit very comfortably within the building footprint. We have well-sized units, and we just, that we're asking for those additional units.
Any other questions?
How are you handling loading and unloading?
Oh, good question, actually. I do believe that may have been a refusal, so I apologize. It's on the corner of Thompson and Castor. So
Yep.
Is there you're having a designated spot, or how's it?
yeah, it's a designated spot right off the street. Hold on. Is it here? Can't see. So it's right here, right?
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, it's right here. It's on the street. Again, because we're at the beginning of the residential neighborhood, there's not a lot of traffic around there. And we actually put it towards the front entrance of the building as well to make it convenient for the residents.
So how is moving and move out us from that location and not from the nearest location within the parking lot?
Well, you can do it one or two ways. I mean, you're going to have some people who may just, again, depending on whether they're parking their cars or not, permanently, but you do have the location here in the rear where there's a path and there's the elevators, and then you also have it here as well. The loading zone is also closest to where the commercial unit is as well, so for deliveries and such.
You've got clearances for box truck for the entrance to the parking lot.
We have clearance for two of the sizes of a U-Haul truck, not the largest.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience, the virtual audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from CMX2 commercial mixed use to CA2 auto-oriented commercial. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2018 and a council-supported map change. This proposal completed its civic design review in September 2025. The Civic Design Review Committee's advisory recommendations are not an expression of the City Planning Commission's recommendations or opinions regarding zoning variances, special exceptions, or other discretionary approvals associated with this proposal. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny all proposed use, dimensional, and landscaping variances.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted, just for record-keeping purposes, the legal use of this would be 87 units with no parking. We're providing 94 with 68 parking spots. I think this is a very appropriate project for the
So
location.
MI 2025-004-149, 2620 Castro Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, Wynn, my vote is yes.
Adam, you have two more cases. They'll be the last two we hear.
All right, cool,
All right,
thank you.
okay. I think this is the latest I've ever seen you here, sir, if you wanted to know the truth. I mean,
That may be true, Mr. Chair.
okay. So MI 2025-004-151, 1148 to 62 Frankfurt Avenue. Adam Laver is the attorney. Mr. Laver, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Adam Laver of Blank Rome on behalf of 1148 Frankfurt Partners LLC, which does business as Altera Property Group.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Chairman Bergman, I
There's
do.
a letter of support from Fishtown neighbors, a letter of unanimous support from Fishtown Kensington area business, and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you emailed your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Indeed, I do.
Thank you. You may proceed with your case.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this board may recall that Altera Property Group has taken on the redevelopment of 1148 Frankfurt Avenue with frontages on Frankfurt Avenue, Girard Avenue, and Dungeon Street. And we have
That's the old bank, right? Am I right?
the old bank, yes. It's a Frank Furness designed
Yep.
bank.
Yep.
It's a dynamic, bustling corridor. With us today, we have Connor Burke virtually on behalf of the ownership, along with Josh Sampson, who is founder of Secondhand Ranch, the rebranded Fishtown Vintage Clothing Store, bar, and entertainment venue that hopes to open in the former Kensington National Bank building. We previously appeared before the board concerning aspects of the reimagining of the site, which has evolved since we last met with you. The adaptive reuse, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, of this historic property is a critical component of the overall development of the site. Here we have some historic photographs that really just speak to how important this property is, not only to the neighborhood, but to the city of Philadelphia. And here we have some current context photos, and I'm focusing in the photos on the bank building, but you can also see what's been done surrounding the bank building by Leo Adamondo and Altera Property Group. The site itself is in the heart of the vibrant Fishtown Girard Avenue commercial corridor. It is zoned CMX 2.5. To refresh the board, new construction multifamily and a new Wells Fargo bank were previously approved and built around the historic property. And the upper floors of the historic property itself have been converted to residential use. This is an important fact that I'm mentioning, that the upper floors of the historic property have been converted to residential use. This leaves the one issue that we're here before you this afternoon regarding the approximately 6,000 square feet of ground floor space for the second-hand ranch concept. This board previously granted special exception relief for a restaurant use within the 6,000 square foot space that we are discussing. As the evolution of the concept has evolved, Secondhand Ranch seeks to bring to Philadelphia a unique multi-use concept, which would involve three components: vintage clothing, which we've discussed before, restaurant and bar, which we've discussed before, but also small-scale entertainment venue. It's interesting that just earlier today, I heard that in New York City, the members-only 1980s clothing brand is doing something similar in a different way. It must be a new retail concept where they want it to be an entertainment experience. But Secondhand Ranch is authentically vintage, and maybe this is the wave of the future. Here is the
We
note.
handled this before, right, didn't we? The close?
Yes, for the restaurant, Mr.
Right,
Chairman,
right.
but not for the limited entertainment part.
Sure, sure. I got it.
So
Okay, yeah.
to add to a full, that explains the smiles that I saw from the board. Yes, this is deja vu all over again, with one added component, which is the music component,
Right.
which the neighborhood has really embraced because they understand they want this site to be active. Morning, evening, it adds safety, it adds vitality, et cetera. So here we are at the notice of refusal. There's one notice of refusal. The Neighborhood Commercial Area Overlay District for North Delaware Avenue prohibits the assembly and entertainment within the overlay, requiring the board's review on this added component. Very important to note that the property is historically designated and certified. Without this overlay in place, the code would permit the use pursuant to the historic exception at 146027. Frankfurt and Girard Avenues are in the heart of the business district. The proposed variance would be harmonious with the characteristics of the surrounding area. The coordinating RCO, Fishtown Neighbors Association, has worked closely with Altair Property Group throughout the reimagining of the site. We're grateful for that ongoing relationship. Following a public meeting, FNA voted to support the proposal to add the entertainment venue to the overall concept within the historic district. FNA noted the location of this property along the neighborhood's commercial corridor, commenting that the uniqueness of the concept in activating the property for both daytime retail purposes and evening small-scale venue is worthwhile. And FNA specifically recognized that the venue would be, quote, smaller in nature than large venues nearby, end quote. So it's something different, appropriate in scale for the immediate area. FNA took note of the full accessibility of the venue and the plans for security in furtherance of overall public safety. We can see the site plan just showing you that 6,000 square foot space that you're already familiar with. The RCO also recognized that with residential apartments already approved directly above the proposed business, extra steps to ensure noise attenuation will be of benefit to all. There will be a sound barrier, so sound is to be contained inside, benefiting public and tenants right on site, which is a built-in plus. In addition to FNA, the Fishtown Kensington Area Business Improvement District RCO also reviewed Altair's proposal, unanimously voting to support the application, stating that the project, quote, falls within the heart of our thriving entertainment, food, restaurant, and growing retail scene, end quote. And there is, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, a letter from Councilmember Squilla as well. Here you can see a few photographs that glimpse into the transformation of the historic space and the proposed plans for that multi-use concept with a small music area. That's the component before the board today. Here you can see, just for context, the proposed plans not before the board, but it's important to mention those residential apartments on floors 2 through 3. Here's a plan for sound attenuation that I had mentioned. And then I put into the package some information regarding the secondhand ranch concept, which I won't go into unless the board has any specific questions. The proposal is to add live country music as an additional limited attraction, first of its kind in the region. The proposal fits into the dynamic, vibrant commercial corridor. The proposed variance would represent the minimum variance to afford relief, least modification possible of the regulations at issue. The grant of variance relief will not substantially increase congestion in the public streets, increase the danger of fire, or otherwise endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. This will not adversely affect transportation or unduly burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities. There are no environmental issues. And I have Mr. Burke here of Altera Property Group to adopt and affirm should the board wish. We also have Josh Sampson of Secondhand Ranch if there are any questions.
Right. Why don't we bring Mr. Burke on and have your testimony adopted? Right.
Connor Burke, please raise your virtual hand to be recognized by Chairman Bergman. There he is. Hi, Connor.
Hey,
Hi, Connor. How are you, sir? Could you
I'm
please
good. How are
state your
you?
name and spell it for the stenographer?
Connor Burke, CONNORBURKE.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke. I know that you've been present during the entirety of these hearings before the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Would you adopt and affirm the testimony that I've offered as your own?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Questions from the board? Questions or
Yes,
comment?
I guess I do. Okay, so how are we splitting up this space? I mean, we're gonna have the vintage clothing, the bar, restaurant, and then this live entertainment space. So how are we splitting this up, if you will, or how is this gonna work as a concept here?
Ms. Gaston, it's purposefully not split up. It's all one space to create really a very new concept for Philadelphia, one that I doubt any of us are familiar with, where there would be clothing for sale. There would be food available in an open concept layout. It's almost in some ways like a loft style apartment where you don't have walls up in between your bedroom and your living room, et cetera. We want the people who are eating to be interested in shopping and buying, and those who come for the music to want a little bit of everything.
Okay, so it's sort of like okay, this may be a bad analogy, but so.
We'll step it away. Go ahead.
No. Like, if you go like to a Cracker Barrel where they have the shopping and they have the little food and then there's the restaurant, and I'm not sure how the live entertainment fits into this, but okay. But it's sort of like it's all kind of in the one space. It's not.
This is, I'm sure that Josh and Connor are horrified to hear with all the Cracker Barrel analogy. However, I'm going to go with it, and I
Revive, right? You know?
no offense to those in the audience who,
Yeah.
right? It's so funny because I was just told by Josh that Denver, when they brought this to Denver, their equivalent of the zoning board had a similar reaction and mentioned Cracker Barrel concept. So, but on the screen before you, you can see, or maybe it's too small and I can zoom in if you wish.
Yeah.
But we have different areas. Actually, on the right-hand side, you can see better that there is more of a open area for music and for sales, but you don't have the walls in between, except for the changing rooms.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. All right. And then, so how do you, okay, so in terms of hours of operation, like usually with like bar, restaurants, you have to close, stop serving. You're gonna have
By
liquor
2
right
a.m..
inside. Yeah,
Mhm.
2 a.m.
Mhm.
So will the close be the close and the other part of this will all be going on during this time? Like, what are the hours of operation actually gonna be?
10 a.m. to as late as 2 a.m., depending on what makes sense. Like if there is a performance, then you want to have the clothing available for people to be interested in that too. It's
Okay.
really about vibrancy in the space at all hours.
Hmm.
In a way that's appropriate with that, like really the focus on the sound attenuation that I put
I'd
into
pay the
the
street down there, like on a nice night, it's jammed.
Imagine
foot
like,
traffic is
imagine a summer evening
Yeah.
or you're in a zoning board hearing until 8 p.m., God forbid, and you want to go and,
Thank you for that, to 8 p.m. Thank you.
I said, God forbid.
Hey, you don't,
I'm trying.
soon, we may be here to 8 o'clock. Okay, all right. All right.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just,
No, she's proud now because of the whole Cracker Barrel thing.
I love it. I'm
All right.
taking that home tonight for
Que-
dinner.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Or this audience?
I have a hand up from Robert,
Oh,
from the
yeah.
FNA
Sure.
Chair. Go ahead and promote him, and he should be back in shortly.
There he is.
Yep, Robert?
Okay, I think I'm here now.
I think you're there. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, last name is Everett, Everett. First name Robert.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please give us your testimony.
Our usual, we met with the applicant and our community organization is in full support of their application.
All right, thank you very much for taking the time to call us. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience?
No further
Commission.
comments, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX 2.5 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2015 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. The proposed use of a public entertainment venue is in line with other commercial uses in the area. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for assembly and entertainment.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-151, 1148 to 62 Frankfurt Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry we
Chairman.
kept you so late.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we still have the 3:30 list. Well, I'll notice you did smile through all this.
I'm trying.
All right, so MI 2025-004-189, 15,000 East Roosevelt Boulevard. Catherine Mismer is the attorney. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Catherine Missimer, Missimer, 1835 Market Street, Suite 1400, 19103.
Do you affirm? Here, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Byberry North LLC is the property owner.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may start.
Great, thank
Station.
you. We're here today with an application for the erection of 1 monument sign and 8 directional signs. With me today is owner's representative Zach Schick. As you can see, we have a letter of support from Councilman O'Neill and the coordinating RCO Arbors at Eagle Point. Sorry, it's a little delayed in the scroll. There we go. Arbors at Eagle Point Community Association. We also present approval letters from both the Philadelphia Art Commission and the Department of Parks and Rec due to the property being located on the boulevard. This property is home to 2 recently constructed warehouse buildings. They front Roosevelt Boulevard, almost near the Bucks County line. This is the old Byberry Hospital site, if you're familiar with that. The site is zoned I-1. Again, the proposal today is for a signage package, including 1 monument sign, which would be at the frontage of the property along the boulevard. You're seeing that in the rendering on the screen, as well as 8 internal directional signs within the site. Given the property's location on the boulevard, the owner believes the requested monument sign is essential to the safe operation of the site for both future tenants and the pedestrians and motorists along the boulevard. The goal is really to provide as much advance notice to trucks and other vehicles that are coming down the boulevard so that they're not stopping or slamming on their brakes or slowing, looking for the location of the drive entry. Internally, the idea for the directional signage, which you'll see on the plan as it loads, and I'm going to make it a little smaller so you can see it, is really to allow for trucks and vehicles visiting the site to flow through the property seamlessly. You can see the directional signs I've highlighted for you in yellow. They're located along the drive aisle, and the goal is really that once you pull in, there's no doubt of where you're going. You're directed to parking for visitors, you're directed to loading, unloading. The idea is that we're trying to avoid any queuing that would happen along the boulevard, causing congestion and other accidents that we're hoping to avoid. Again, because this is an I-1 site and its proximity to the boulevard, special signage controls do apply here. A refusal was issued for 2 things. Really, the size of the monument sign does exceed what's allowable, but I'll show you a few signs in the neighborhood that are very similar. The goal is to highlight the address, obviously, as you can see, is the large portion of the sign, and then any tenants would be named above, as well as the internal signs exceed the allowable 10 square foot per sign. Directional signs are capped at 10 square feet. And the goal, again, is to provide as much information on those signs as possible so that there's no doubt once you turn into the property where you're headed. You can see just a few more photos. Again, this is a rendering of the front monument sign and the view at night. That monument sign would be the only lit sign. The internal signs would not be lit. A view of the entryway. Again, you're coming from the boulevard headed south and making a right into the property. And you can see some photos of the site under construction. The buildings are up. They're doing some finishing work there now. And in this last photo collage is just some neighboring properties with similar signage. If I can resize, there we go. You'll see similar monument signs. We are directly across from the large corporate shopping center that does have a lot of big box stores, and their signage is apparent as well along the boulevard. The nearest residential properties, and I'll go back up to our site plan just to show you, are to the rear. There is a 50-foot setback here to the rear, as well as a large berm and a 6-foot sound wall on top of the berm. So any residential property to the rear would have no visual connection with any of those internal signs. The cap for those heights is 7 feet. So with a 50-foot setback, imagine a berm and a sound wall on top of that. So those houses are never going to see these signs that are internal to the site. Both the councilman in the neighborhood, as evidenced by their letters of support, and the property owner agree the proposal is appropriate given the surrounding context. Again, you're on the commercial corridor of the boulevard here. The proposed signs will provide advance notice to vehicular traffic approaching the site and help facilitate, again, that internal traffic flow. Goal being to avoid any backups or delays on the boulevard caused by this development. We met with Arbors at Eagle Point Community Association, coordinating RCO. As you saw, you have their letter of support in your packets. And we believe the project will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood as evidenced by the RCO's letter of support and complements the surrounding uses. I would just ask that Zach Chick, if you're still on, please raise your hand so you can
Why wouldn't
be.
he be here?
I hope he is.
Zach?
You should be coming back in as a panel shortly, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. Zachary Chick, Vice President of Byberry North Owner LLC.
Zach, could you please spell your name for the stenographer?
Sure, Zachary, last name Csik.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay. Counsel?
Zach, did you hear my testimony this afternoon?
I did.
Would you agree that it is true and correct?
I would.
And would you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Great.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the I-2 medium industrial zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1978 in a council-supported map change. The appellant has shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent conformance with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed dimensional variances for non-compliant signs.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-189, 15,000 East Roosevelt Boulevard. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowan, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So, Alan, come on. We're just gonna take a 5-minute break. And then what we'll do is we'll hear your cases and then roll right into the 3:30 list. Is that okay? Okay, so we're back. Everybody here? Michael, Michael's coming on. I see Michael. Number 11, MI 2025-004-252, 909 North 20th Street. Knockhamson is the attorney. Alan, just for the record, state your name.
Alan Knockhamson.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my clients are Christopher McAdams and Daniel Moise, who are the owners of the property.
There's a recommendation of support from United Franceville Civic Association, a letter of non-opposition from Council Member Young. Also, the applicant provided 19 form letters of support from neighbors, a few from that block. Our vice chair has a few questions, so.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
So there is an error in the refusal itself regarding the size of the parking space. So it's really 8 by 16, and I believe
8.5 by 18?
Yeah, so there's a technical refusal. Excuse me, a technical error in the refusal. So that's the only issue.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Share your screen and proceed. Which case?
Yep. Straightforward. I have two clients. No, it is. I want to get through the. I want to.
He says that.
I want to get through.
Goes bad.
Yeah, no, I want to get, so we're, basically my clients have owned these 2 condo units over the course of, since 2019, unit 1, 2023, unit number 2, have 2 parking spaces in the back. All of a sudden a violation comes. They're like, what's going on here? It's advertised with off-street parking. They're on West George Street as well. And there's no parking allowed in front of their, in front of this part of their property. So I'm here to clean this up for them. So that's basically it. We have 13 exhibits, 147 addresses were notified of the community meeting. Again, we have 2 refusals, first with the off-street parking, and then secondly with the size of the parking spaces themselves. They've been using it and their tenant's been using this forever. Again, overwhelming support in front of United Franceville, letter of support by nearby neighbors. So West George Street is the street that we kind of intersect with. That's why you're seeing West George Street over and over and over again. and poplars nearby as well. And then you can see aerial views of, well, I don't think that matters. Here where we are, 20th Street in West George, and here's this little parking spot. Here are the 18 other instances or 17 other instances of off-street parking. Everyone's taking advantage of the West George. So like even the Poplar Street addresses are really, the backs of, are where the West George Street parking is. And again, here, so many photos. Not taking away, there's no parking allowed on West George. And then it was advertised to them. I just did one of the listings, but I went online today. I was like, you know what, might as well show how it was advertised to them. They did not do this intentionally. There was no ill intent here. Maps of the area. It's a legal 2-unit condo. Photographs of the property from 20th Street, from West George. Again, this is, the subject, parking spaces. The hearing notice posters. It's been like this, forever. Just took a picture from Google Street View. And this is 20th Street to the right of the property, to the left of the property, West George to the right of the property, and to the left of the property, you can see parking after parking. Not the widest street in the world, but accessible for all these units, these properties. I live close by. I'll tell you this, in Fairmont, it's a tough situation in parking. I get a lot of tickets after coming home from a community meeting. It is tough, and I park on the street myself. So having off-street parking like this is a benefit to our community. Here are the proposed 2 compact spaces. The turning radiuses for each. RCO meeting notice. Again, we met on August 13th, 6:30 p.m. 147 addresses were notified of this community meeting. So 20 people there that voted. Proof of mailing, our application for appeal. Notice our project information form, the deeds to both of these properties. Again, it's a 2-unit condominium. And finally, their tax clearance certificates. With that being said, I would ask that Daniel be sworn
Sir,
in.
could you please state your name and spell for, make sure that, is that one?
Yep.
All right, could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Daniel Moise, Daniel Moise.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Daniel, you heard everything I had to state today, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and was everything I stated true and correct?
Correct.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Just a quick question. You already had the curb cut, right?
No, but we'd like to proceed with one.
No, he did. It was an existing curb cut. I think he
Okay.
didn't understand the question.
Okay,
It was
all
an
right.
existing curb cut.
Oh, yeah.
Like, wait a minute.
No, they've owned this property for since 2019, so 6
Okay.
years, and all of a sudden they got a violation.
Okay, so you bought it with the curb cut.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes,
all right, thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
In terms of the draining and the surface material, do those meet all of the current street standards?
I would gather it does. We haven't touched anything in that respect, but I gather it does.
Other questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Good evening, Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current RM1 residential multifamily to RSA 5 residential single family. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2018 and a community requested map change. There are no unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for parking access and space size.
Again, we're not taking any parking spaces off the street. We're helping a serious parking situation in this neighborhood.
Okay, MI 2025-004-252, 909 North 20th Street, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Win, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Thank you, sir. You have your votes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Already.
So we're moving to number 9, Alan. So MI 2025-004-185, 2250 North Second Street. Alan Nachmanson is the attorney. There's a letter of unanimous opposition from Norris Square Action Network. The vote was 14 in opposition. 4 new neighbors were also against it, and a letter of opposition from Councilmember Lozada. The applicant did provide 2 form letters of support from neighbors on the block. Mr. Nachmanson, could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Stephanie's Investment Properties LLC, the owner of the property, and then the virtual audience is Raul Zabaleta, one of its members.
Sure. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen. Proceed with your case.
Thank you. So this is an Airbnb. I'll say this, the community group and the neighborhood in general stated that they are just generally against Airbnbs. I do believe that the circumstances are appropriate here, and I know the board typically gives 3 years. You know, if the board feels so inclined to grant this variance request, I would ask for a proviso of 2 years, just to give us enough time to get back through the system. I think having a year would be too short. So we have 12 exhibits here. We gave notice to 154 addresses, and you know, again, it's just for visitor accommodations. So what I'll say here, and I think it'll speak volumes. And by the way, we do have letters of support from 2 nearby neighbors. If you look at this block, this block was recently rezoned. It used to be RM1 and CMX2. Most of the properties on this block are not single family in nature. This is an RSA 5 property. And you see a ton of triplexes, quadplexes, mixed use properties. My client, Raul, is a realtor. He also is an investor. And he invested by rehabilitating this property and making it into a single family house. He's tried to sell it for almost a year. He tried to sell it for $575,000 on February 25th, and he's reduced it to $475,000 recently. He would take a loss by selling a property at $475,000. It's not, and if he tried to rent it, his monthly expenditure for this property is $4,000 a month. He can't afford this is a bad investment, a very, very bad investment. And, the only way to kind of at least temporarily get out of this is to create short-term rentals here where he can hopefully make some money. And it's not out of character to have Airbnbs in the general Norris Square area. And so that's what he's hoping for. If not, I mean, ultimately, how I see this happening, it's a property that's going to go into foreclosure. He's going to lose his entire investment. And I don't know who's going to buy it, but someone will eventually buy it, through a bank. So again, if you look at it, I'm sure the Planning Commission will tell you. And by the way, this CMX 2.5 and RM1, which again would not allow this by right either anyway, it's still this is not a single family section of Philadelphia. So it's really hard to make this work. So, here's our orange notice posters. I mean, he did a very, very nice job in terms of fixing the property up. He really wants to sell the property. He just can't afford to sell it. I mean, he's dropped it over $100,000. So again, that's on him. But he's a realtor. So again, as an expert, he's going to tell you that he's done everything in his power to market this property for sale. So it's just a single family home. So I don't think we need to see the rest of it. I know the board has had a long day, and I don't want to waste their time in terms of showing the deed and the other stuff.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, though, tell me if I'm wrong, didn't we have a letter on this one about, the letter specifically said, and don't do what you normally do and give it temporary? I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
So they were against temporaries too.
No, I know, but they're just against Airbnbs. It's
Yeah,
just-
I
yeah. So it's just
I know people against Airbnb, but they've never No one's ever said that to us before. We don't want.
Well, I think because they know that the board, that's what they'll grant.
Right.
So there's nothing that this particular property owner has
Why
done.
why don't you do this? Why
Yeah.
don't you bring your client
Yeah.
on, adopt his testimony, and I'm going to hold the vote
Yeah.
until we have a chance to talk.
Yeah,
about
no, I
this, okay?
appreciate that.
All right, good.
Raul, can you virtually raise your hand?
They should be coming back in as a panelist now, sir.
He's there.
Raul?
He's
Yes.
on.
Okay. Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Raul Zabaleta. That's Raul. Zabaleta, Zabaleta.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yeah, Raul, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Specifically, you're a licensed realtor, right?
That is correct.
And you've been marketing this property for 10 months?
Correct.
Okay. And you've lowered the price from 575 to 475, correct?
That is correct.
And even with the 475, you would be taking a loss.
That is correct.
Yeah. And you couldn't rent this property out because the amount that you would have to pay per month for your mortgage, real estate taxes and such is approximately $4,000 a month.
That is correct.
And then ultimately, if the board does not grant this temporary variance of any sort, you'll probably lose this property in foreclosure and your investment in this property. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, what's the plan for the management of this property?
So I actually live a block away from the property. So we would probably manage it, my wife and I, personally.
And have you talked to the neighbors on either side of your property?
Yeah, they showed support.
Yeah, I
They're the ones that gave me the letter.
Yeah, I think the
But
letter-
they're
It's
the ones
fine.
that gave the letter. But
Correct.
so, and the 4 near neighbors that were in opposition, do you know, like, how close are they to your actual property?
Honestly, I don't know how close they are.
And then just, generally, it seems like in the notes from the RCO meeting, that plans were shown that don't match the current conditions of the property and that there might be some violations on the property. So I just want to know, like, what's your plan? Given that there's already opposition, what's your plan moving forward to sort of make sure that people feel more comfortable with this project?
Honestly, if I knew what the opposition was, there wasn't no clear opposition other than it's an Airbnb.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, and board member, I'm sorry, it's getting late for me, past my bedtime, but board member, when I'm looking at my notes, he did get a building permit August 21st, 2024, plumbing permit August 23rd, 2024, mechanical fuel permit 10/17/24, electrical permit 10/30/24, and another plumbing permit 11/19/24. So he has permits for this property. I can't speak to like the accuracy of the drawings. Raul, how did you get those drawings and they were for illustrative purposes only. This has already been built, but the drawings I showed the board, where did you get those from?
They're from my architect, so everything has been approved and completed through L&I. So everything's approved. Everything had final inspection.
Yeah, and I don't see any. I'm looking at 2250, right? North 2nd Street. I'm looking at it, and there
We're
is.
saying in the past 11 months, there was 5 SVNs issued violating a cease operations order.
I'm 2250 North 2nd Street. I'm on Atlas right now, and it says no violations.
Yeah, I've had this property since 2023 when I purchased it, and everything has been through L&I. There's
Yeah,
no.
let me just share my screen for a second,
Yeah.
unless I'm putting something wrong in here. I'm like seeing no violations again. See, this is 2250, right? North
Correct.
2nd Street. So there's no violations against this property. So unless they're seeing something I'm not seeing.
Okay. All right. Other questions from the board?
Is this being operated as an Airbnb right now?
It's not.
Okay.
Right now, it's currently vacant.
All right. questions or comments from our attorney?
I apologize. I may have pulled up the wrong 2250. I
Okay.
see what you're saying, so I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. Okay, thank you. You made Alan feel better, I'll tell you that.
I was like,
Questions or
what's going on?
comments from the virtual audience?
I have a hand up from Nilda Pimentel.
Okay.
With Speaker Peralta. They should be coming back in.
Okay.
Yes, good evening.
Hi, hi.
Hi.
You've already been sworn in. Just for the record, state your name.
Yes, Nilda Pimentel, Nilda
Okay?
Pimentel.
Sure, we have it from before.
Okay.
Just start your testimony.
Okay, well, this application was considered at one of our zoning meetings on October the 8th. And at that meeting, the majority of the neighborhood, the people that attended, voted against it, with the exception of one individual. The primary concern that was raised by the residents relates to previous incidents of unruly behavior that they have experienced from temporary guests at various unlicensed Airbnbs right on the same block. And given the type of property, the fact that it has 6 bedrooms, I believe, this property, they felt could attract large groups who may not be respectful, as many others that have rented in the unlicensed Airbnbs are on the block, of the rules if they decide to rent the property. For example, like parties that have been held in others. I want to emphasize that the majority of the property owners of the single family homes that are on the block are elderly. I also want to say that our registered community organization does not see any benefit generated to the community by approving this temporary accommodation. It may generate some for the owner, but the issue here is whether a personal financial interest should supersede a public benefit. I also want to add that neighbors and members of our zoning committee are concerned that approving this application could set a precedent leading to similar applications in the future in our neighborhood, which has consistently, unlike what, or contrary to what has been said before, have consistently rejected this type of accommodations. We may have a lot of Airbnbs, I don't debate that, in our area, but I would submit to you that they have not been approved by our RCO, nor the Norris Square RCO that used to coordinate the zoning committee. As far as we know, we have not approved any type of Airbnbs in our area. The applicant made the claim that he has been unable to sell the property. We know that. It's unfortunate. We made some suggestions to him that evening, including reaching out personally to a local CDC, which we could do, and also PHA to explore whether they'll be interested in buying the property for a large family, given that there is a high demand for units in our neighborhood for large families. So based on that, Mr. Chairman and board members, our RCO recommends that the board reject this application.
Thank you very much for your call. We appreciate it. You have any questions, Alan?
No, just commentary. I mean, when you have empty properties, eventually there's nuisance value with the community, and we hope that the board understands that. And again, we understand that these are unique circumstances, and we hope that under the circumstances, the board grants a temporary variance of some sort.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions from the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Ina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from RSA 5 residential single family to CMX 2 commercial mixed use. However, the city rezoned this neighborhood in 2021 in a community requested map change. This property's zoning changed to RSA 5 at the request of the neighborhood associations. There is no unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodation.
Okay. So Alan, what we're gonna do with this, it's closed.
Yeah.
2 weeks, we'll vote at 2 PM.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Have a good
I'm
Okay.
sorry you had to stay around so long today.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Nilda.
Okay, you're welcome. Good evening.
All right, we're gonna move into our 3:30 list. And by the way, is there anyone in the audience whose 2 o'clock case has not been called? I miss it. Ooh.
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I should say. My name is Bill Bergman. I will be chairing this hearing for the Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Member, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Ryan McAdams.
President, Mr.
Also
Chairman.
here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, and our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time you're called. Any person may enter their appearance. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar registration. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line at the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address for the property of the appeal. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. If you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so you can be accounted for. Are there any requests for continuance?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. I do not see any hands raised.
Thank you. We're going to go right to our regular list. Number 1, MI 2024-007-015, 5336 Wayne Avenue. Charlena and Sean Adolph are the listed owners. This application is for use as a group child care, existing single-family dwelling, an existing semi-detached structure.
Yes,
Whereas the
Mr. Bailey.
proposed use, group child care, is prohibited in the RTA 1 residential zoning district. Charlena or Sean?
Yes, I'm here, Charlena
Hi.
Adolph.
Hi.
I
Could you-
still have a
could you-
box. I'm sorry, I still have a box that's asking me the host would like to promote. Should I hit that again? Oh, it's gone. Okay.
Okay, could you do me a favor? Please state your name again and spell it for the stenographer.
Yes, Charlena Adolph, CHARLENA, Adolph, ADOLPH.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Yes.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
And just for a point of information, we have a letter of support from the 12th Ward Democratic Committee, letter of non-opposition from Solo Germantown.
Yes.
They are supportive of a 10-year temporary variance. And you also provided us 7 letters of support from parents and service providers.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes. I would like to show the area of my environment. So this is my classroom here that we have. We utilize the first floor for children ages 1 year old to the age of 12, but we try to keep it down to the younger ages. We have not had to have any school agers other than my daughter. which he's 11 years old. And our youngest child that we have right now is 1 year old. This would be the area that we have class. We change it around for nap time. We have lunch, and we also do our learning in the environment. We have been doing group in the home for over 8 years, but also have been family for 2 years prior to that. And we were at first asking for a permanent variance, but we understood what the RCO was saying, that it's placed on the home and not on the business. So we all came to an understanding of the 10 years for the variance, so that we didn't have to come before the board every 3 years for the childcare. We have been doing well in the environment, no issues. Everyone's been happy in the community. I've never had any issues with anyone and no complaints with my business. Let me see, let me get to the other pictures. This would be my zoning appeal posted on my home.
Picture didn't change for me.
I'm sorry, let me go back. So I guess, do I have to stop sharing to, yep. Okay, so I'm gonna open it back again. This would be the zoning for today. It's been posted up. I have 2 of them out there, but I just had to get a close up for this one. Then I will close this back out, and I will show my outdoor space. I will have to stop sharing again in order to open. And this will be my outdoor space for the children. We utilize the front area, which is a wide space. We have padded grass, the artificial grass that's on the side where the children are able to play. And we use the other side for the balls, for bouncing, and for any gross motor that we may do outside, or whenever a specialist or OT need to do outdoor activities with the children, we all come out and participate with the OTs and the specialists that come in to provide help. I also provide services for children that are on the spectrum. We have 3 students that's here with us that are on the spectrum and that get care in the environment. And this is one thing that they all said, and as with the letters from one of the specialists stated, that this is a small environment, and because it's a small environment, children on the spectrum work very well and develop better in this environment. Did you need me to show the paperwork that I submitted? I know that you said that you already had it, but
We have all
okay.
the
So
paperwork.
these are the pictures that I have of my environment, and this
How
is
many children do you have?
So right now, at one point we had 11. We were zoned for 11, but at this point we're down to 9. My daughter's included. She makes 10 because she's hasn't turned 12 yet.
Okay, all right. Questions from the board?
So it's just the first floor? Is it the first floor, second floor, third floor?
No, the second and third floor is my home, my living space, my personal space. The first floor is communable, which is we still use the kitchen and everything, but there's a bathroom for the children towards the back. And then we're just using the first floor and out front outdoor.
Other questions?
Is there any use of the basement?
There's no use. The basement is considered a cellar here, and it's not finished.
And then are the youth only in the front yard, not in the backyard, or are they in both?
No, they are only in the front yard. The backyard is only used if there's an emergency and we have to use that as our egress.
Okay. And then have you had any conversations with your contiguous neighbor at 5334?
We've been taking care of his grass. So it's a apartment building, and we have been the ones that kept the grass up all summer. So the only communication that we had was letting him know that we've been keeping up the grass, but he also know that we've been doing childcare, and he's been supportive of us since we've started doing it back in 2017.
And then how do you handle drop off and pickup since this is a residential street?
We have parents park in the front. They come in, drop off is less than 5 minutes. Any communication that we need to do, We do it through email or we do it over the phone, but they come in, they drop off, they sign in, they leave, and they do the same thing when they come in the evening. I still follow the COVID policy for my parents. They drop off in increments. They must call me and let me know when they are outside. So just in case there is a parent that's here, they cannot come to the door. I still follow the COVID-19 policy.
Okay. And are there generally parking spaces in front of your property?
Yes, there is.
I have no further questions.
Any other questions? Hillary, do you have an issue here?
No, I just had a question, and I couldn't, the board member wouldn't just ask about parking.
No, she asked about dropping off in the front.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, drop it, yeah.
Parking.
So, okay, so the property is zoned RTA, and because of that, I think there were a couple refusals missing from the refusal specifically for multiple principal uses on a lot, and then having accessory off-street parking. So I just wanted to note that for the record.
For my address?
Yes, because the way the property is zoned,
As a
you should have
RT.
also gotten, you should have also gotten refusals for having multiple principal uses because you have a single family home and a childcare at the
Well,
property proposed.
Because they told me that because my home was considered a multi-family home and not a single family home. It's zoned as a multi-family home. That I just need
It's
to do a
zoned,
special variance.
right, but this is a separate use than residential. The childcare use is not a residential use. This is a group childcare.
May I ask if that was something new? Because when we did it, we've been doing it for 8 years in the home, and each time I came before the zoning board, I've been before the zoning board twice, and I was approved both times.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I was just pointing out that I think there's deficiencies in the refusal, but it doesn't, just so we have that on the record.
Okay.
It doesn't impact what the board decides today, but we just put that on the record. So if there's a question in the future about whether the board was aware of those, we can see that it was based on the transcript. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RTA 1 residential 2-family attached zoning at this location. The property has a documented history of use as a group childcare facility. The zoning board twice granted permission for group childcare at this location, once in 2017 and an extension again in 2021. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for group childcare use.
So MI 2024-007-015, 5336 Wayne Avenue. I vote yes with a proviso. Temporary variance that will expire 11/20/30. So that's 5 years.
Thank you.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Number 2, MI 2024-007-199-9372 Clark. Sharon Bompadre is the owner. This application is for the address of 2020 07261 for working without permits to replace the garage with living space, for the removal of an accessory garage parking space within the existing semi-detached structure and replacement with one accessory service parking space access from the rear driveway leading to Buyer Avenue. No change to existing use as a single-family household. Unanimous support from Greater Bustleton Civic, 27 votes, and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember O'Neill.
Hello, I can't hear it. Hello, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Could you please state your name?
Okay, thank you.
spell
We
it
couldn't
and-
hear you. I'm sorry. My name is Sharon Ippolito Bompadre. My address is 9372 Clark Street.
Okay, Sharon, do me a favor. Could you spell your name for the stenographer?
Certainly. SharonIppolito, capital BOMPADRE. Padre.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
Good
Okay.
evening. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
No, thank you. I do, I'm sorry.
Okay, I think the chair read the refusal already, but. Okay, you can proceed with your case.
Okay, do you need to know why I disagree with it, or?
I think first thing you want to do is bring up your submissions, right? You have a computer there with you?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, turn your computer on and then put all of your documents you sent us up.
Okay. Wait a minute, I'm not sharing. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna share.
Take your time.
How do I do this? I want to.
There should be at the bottom of this computer, there should be a green.
Yeah.
button that says
Okay,
share
there you go.
documents.
Okay. Sorry about that.
And what you do is here you go, you're coming.
I
up
got
with-
it.
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. This is the refusal.
Right?
This.
We have the refusal. We know what the refusal. is.
Okay. You wanna.
We have that too. We have all your documents, all the documents you're sent,
Okay.
we have. So what I think
Oh,
you
okay.
should do now is show us photos of what you did and then where you parked the
sorry.
car.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is for Sharon Ippolito Bompadre. She's the homeowner and resident of 9370 Clark
Listen
Street.
to me. Sharon has to do this
Yeah.
herself.
Yes. Okay,
So
I'm not.
Sharon, I know, just let Sharon read what she has to read.
Sure. Okay, okay. The properties, 9370 Clark Street, 19115 Bustleton, 9372 Clark Street, 19115. They're above ground twin ranchers. They were built in 1960. Jack Kardanic and Joe Ippolito built all the homes here at 9300 block of Clark and Hoff Streets. We moved here from West Philadelphia to the northeast. Pardon?
So all you need to do is show us the place that you basically closed off the garage. Am I correct?
I replaced a heavy, inoperable garage door.
Yes, why don't you show us that? Show us.
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bompadre, you mentioned there were 2 addresses. There's
Well, the
only one
houses are-
ad.
I think she's saying that the place it's attached to her.
Yeah, they are. They're
Right.
twin ranchers.
But that's fine, but the refusal only lists one address. If these
We-
are 2 separate tax parcels, we have a little bit of a problem.
Excuse me, can I just interject here? Because the original letter that was sent.
Who's
violation-
speaking? Sorry, who is speaking?
I'm sorry, my name
Oh,
is
wait,
Jacqueline Inverso King.
Okay, Jacqueline, you cannot testify. I'm sorry. Ms.
okay.
Bompadre
I
needs to
already
do the
told her.
testifying.
Okay,
Sharon, listen.
Can I just interject 1 second? Jacqueline has been helping me because,
I know. But
okay.
Sharon, let me
Yes.
ask you this.
Yes.
Which is your house? 9372?
9372 is the house I live in.
Okay,
The next door house is attached, is my family home.
right, but 9372 is the property that we're working on right now. That's the
Right.
one you closed off, right?
They're both the
Show me
same.
what you did to the garage. please.
All I did was I took away
I know,
the heavy, hard for me to operate. I'm 76 years old and kind of my health isn't the best. And so I replaced this garage door situation with French doors.
Okay.
Another reason being is because the doors that we had, the elevations that we had there, everything promoted the rain and the mudslides into the garage and to the basement. So changing these doors made it more accessible for me, easier for me to operate. And the space still remained a garage. It always has been, and I have no intention of changing it to be anything else. As you can see in the photos, there's vehicle in there. And it's accessible, and there's even a little bit of parking out in front of the doors for those vehicles. And so I don't know why it was interpreted from the very beginning that I was doing.
So I think when you go back and read it, is that you're parking your car in the driveway, not a garage. That's all it is.
Right.
Okay.
And it
Now,
is,
this is the only one you're talking about. You're not talking about the one next door. It's this one here, right?
they're both, this is the same, it's the same.
Okay.
They're,
Yeah,
Well,
but-
the houses are the same,
so-
one's left, one's right.
Okay, Hillary.
Yeah, but
I
yeah, no,
understand, Hillary, I understand.
the refusal only addresses 9372. 9370 is a separate parcel and it is not on your refusal. They're
Right,
separate
I don't-
properties.
That's why I didn't understand. It started out with 9370. And that's how this whole thing began. And the violation. And then somehow I thought maybe it was just a mistake. It winds up being 9372, but that is my address. That's where I live. So I thought with the addresses being so similar, that maybe it was just an error. And the reason how it wound up with my address on it is because I live there, but next door is my family home. And what I do to one, I do to the other because it's the same circumstance. The same circumstance existed for both properties. I have to care for both properties.
Okay, all right.
And in the beginning,
So,
I
Sharon,
paid a $300 fine for each house.
Sharon.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Hold up a minute. Just wait a minute. Hillary, what do we want to do with this? Do we want to have to go back?
Well, so the only reason both properties would be under the same permit application is if you were doing a lot line adjustment or you were doing a unity of use. These are still being treated as two separate and distinct homes, you have to file a separate zoning permit for each property for this use.
Okay, but I want to be clear. I want to understand that the use is still a garage. And has been and has no intention of being changed to living space. So
that. I mean, the issue is you're parking your car in the back now.
yes, it's an elevated space now instead
So
of
the
a,
issue would be is this, we hear this case, and if she wants to do the other one, she has to come back. Am I correct, Hillary?
Right, that is correct. We can only
all right,
do 9372 because that is what is on the refusal.
All right,
Okay.
All right.
all right.
Also, for clarity, there are no violations on 70. All of the violations are on 9372, and there's like 7 of them.
That's why that she got the mail.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do we have questions from the board?
Yes. So looking at the property in Google Maps, it looks like, and I'm just going to clarify what I think I see. You now have French doors at the rear of the garage and on the side of the garage.
These are, it's just the rear. It's the garage is in the back. Looking at the back of the house, one's on the left, one's on the right. They're both garages. One is 9370, one's 9372.
Okay, but then you repaved the driveway and the parking pad. So it does look like there's a chain link fence and there's an elevation change now with your paved area.
There is, because we had a problem with runoff with mud and water coming into the garage and to the basement. That was the reason for the elevation, and it made it safer than getting out of your car and walking on an incline. All the spaces weren't eliminated, they were elevated. And that was the only change.
Right, but now the driveway does not lead up to the garage. So like your actual driveway does not terminate at the garage. It terminates at the fence.
Well, part of it does, the access ramp way goes down to both garages. So, you know, the vehicle can get in and out of the garage and up to the common driveway. So that still is accessible. I just have elevated parking now instead of on an incline, but the incline access is still there.
Okay, and then for your interior of your garage, did you do any drywall or any insulation?
No, it's just, it's the cinder block wall
It's still
and
cinder
the
block wall.
fire, steel security door between the, home and the garage. It's still the original metal door.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? And this is just, we're talking about 72, right?
Right.
Okay. Questions or comments from our attorney?
So just to clarify, while this is still used as a garage, it is not used for parking cars.
Not a car. There's a motorcycle in there.
Right.
Right, because the French,
That's that's the vehicle. It's not-
right, the French doors aren't as wide as the garage door
That's
was.
right.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
Okay.
this.
You
okay,
didn't change
well,
the structure. No.
I
Also
didn't, I
because
didn't
of
change the
the-
structure. You open the door. As a matter of fact, it's more accessible. It's easier. But, and it's far easier for me, but we didn't have to do anything
All right,
with
all right.
the structure
So
of it. It's
Sharon,
just,
we're going to concentrate here. We're just concentrating on 72.
right?
You changed, you can't take the car into the garage anymore, am I correct?
Not a car,
And you're,
just
no,
a vehicle.
listen to me, well,
Oh, okay.
the vehicle, right? You're parking outside where you didn't park before. And that's what you're trying to have approved today, and that's what we're trying to do, okay?
Okay.
All right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm asking if there's anyone in the audience who wants to have something to say.
Can I raise my hand?
Questions or
Yes, Mr.
comments from the
Chair.
virtual audience?
No hands, Mr. Chair.
Wait a minute.
Planning Commission. Now, the Planning Commission is going to say what they think of this.
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 3 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. This property was issued a work without permit violation and illegally converted the garage required parking space into living space. The applicant is requesting that the required parking space go in the required rear yard area. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for the location of accessory parking.
Okay. So MI 2024-007-199-9372 Clark Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Can we do a proviso for a certificate of occupancy?
For the parking? It's a parking.
I thought it was for the space and for the interior. No?
It's the
Oh,
parking space.
okay.
Yeah, because I think all they really did was put in a door.
It's not true. There was a
Got
lot
the
of
garage
concrete.
door and put in the French door. I'm
There
like,
was a lot of regrading and concrete work done, which is
oh,
why
you're talking about the sort of patio in the back. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
this is what we're talking. We're talking about the patio.
Okay.
No, it's the parking. It went
All right.
from the garage door change out to
All right,
parking.
let's vote again. Michael, I voted yes. Michael?
My vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowan, my vote is yes.
Okay. And now you're going to have to go back if you want to do the other side, all right?
All right.
Okay?
And what is my procedure for that?
Pardon me?
Ma'am,
What-
you'll have to
I
file a
just
new
go
zoning
down-
permit with the Department of Licenses and Inspections, okay?
Okay, very good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
You poured concrete so the water stopped rolling down. MI 2025-001-287-1627 South A Street. Kevin Valentine is the attorney. The letter of opposition from East Passyunk Avenue Civic Association. No explanation provided. The vote was 9 in opposition, 3 abstain. And a letter of opposition from Councilmember Squiller. Is your attorney here?
No.
Is he on the phone?
I think so.
Okay. Mr. Valentine.
We were joining as panelists now, sir.
Thank you. Joe Console still on the line. Jesus. Mr. Valentine?
Can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Valentine. Could you
Okay,
turn on your
can,
video?
yes, I'm trying to do that now. Let's see, here we go. Video settings. Boom.
There you go. Mr. Valentine, could you
Okay,
please
yes.
state your name and spelled for the stenographer?
Yes, Kevin Valentine, Kevin Valentine.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You identify your client in the relationship to the property.
Yes, my client is DNR Builders. They are the applicant. The gentleman sitting in front of you is the owner, Mr. Aaron Huang.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case, please.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, my client is DNR Builders, as I said before. The owner is Aaron Huang. Mr. Huang purchased the property in October of 2024 at private auction. He had not seen the property prior to its purchase, and at that time, it was his original plan to move in. However, upon gaining access to the interior, he realized that there was some significant water damage due to the condition of the windows. At that point, in order to avoid that continuous damage, he replaced the windows in the front, and that was the only work that was done prior to him applying for the zoning permit. Now I am trying to share my screen with you, and let's see. Can you see the interior?
We do not, sir.
Okay. Let's see if I can get that there.
You should open your documents and then push the green button on the screen.
Right, my documents are, let's see. Open screen is here.
Do you see the green button on the bottom?
Green, but yes, I'm sharing. I'm definitely sharing. Let's see. Do I have it there?
No, we don't see it yet.
Ah, okay, all right. Let's see if I can get to this then. Interior.
Why don't you do this? I have
Can you
two
s-
more cases left. I'll
Mhm.
get back to you in a couple minutes and see if you can't get this working, okay?
All right, thank you.
Number 4, MI 2025-003-287-2009 Titan Street. Kenyatta E. Abner is the applicant. The application is for a use as a visitor accommodation in an existing building. Whereas the proposed use visitor accommodation is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district, but there is a letter of unanimous support from Point Breeze Development. Applicant also provided a petition of 14 signatures with 8 from the block. Mr. Kenyatta, you were already sworn today. Could you please just state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Kenyatta Abner, Kenyatta, last name Abner, Abner.
Right.
Middle
Do
initial
you
E.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's correct.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good evening. Have you mailed your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case. You have to share your screen on the computer.
Yes.
There you go.
At the beginning there, that said the neighborhood notice letters that were sent out to the neighborhood hearings. It's all the receipts
We have that.
for the mailing. Here's a picture of the utility room of 2009 Titan Street. It's a washer and dryer location. This is signatures from the neighbors next door petition. petitions. This is a deed for 2009
Yep,
Titan Street.
have that.
This is the master bedroom for 2009 Titan Street. Second bedroom for 2009 Titan Street. This is the kitchen for 2009 Titan Street. This is the window notice for 2009 Titan Street. Window notice for 2009 Titan Street. I was trying to get some closer pictures, but I couldn't get closer. This is a tax clearance for 2009 Titan Street.
We have it.
This is the bathroom for 2009 Titan Street. This is the basement for 2009 Titan Street. This is the rear backyard for 2009 Titan Street.
We saw that already.
Yes, this is my ID.
So why don't you tell us why you're doing it? Because you already were here today for one, right?
Yeah.
Tell us why you're doing this.
The purpose of this is to give these properties opportunity or option to generate revenue to pay my taxes and my loans on the property. Getting the short term and having this opportunity will actually give it more options.
Okay.
Right now in South Philly, the market rate is $1,800 just to rent for a two to three bedroom house, and they just can't find tenants for that can afford $1,500 to $1,800 in South Philly in the Point Breeze area. Very expensive area nowadays.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, so this is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath property.
That's correct.
And where's that utility room that you showed us on the
It's
first-
right in the rear, going out towards the bath,
So
going out
behind
towards the backyard.
the kitchen?
Yes, kitchen, and then going out towards the backyard. Yes, it's a small place.
And then is your plan to manage this one similarly to the one this morning, where
That's
you're gonna
correct,
do it
yeah.
all yourself?
That's correct. I do all the managing and booking. This is one of my grandparents' houses, so I'm from Point Breeze, and I've been holding on to these for quite some time.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The appellant has not shown that the property cannot be possibly used in strict conformity with the zoning code and that a variance is necessary to enable the viable economic use of the property. A 2020 zoning ordinance passed by City Council, which regulated short-term rentals, did not change the basic rule prohibiting full-time use of a dwelling unit as a short-term rental. This type of absentee management, where the owner does not live in the unit, has been illegal since the first short-term rental zoning regulations became effective in 2015. What's changed since the passage of the 2020 ordinance is that there is now a licensing and enforcement mechanism. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested use variance for visitor accommodation.
Thank you. MI 2025-003-287, 2009 Titan Street. I vote yes. With proviso, temporary variance expires 11/20/28.
Michael Johns, my vote is a yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've been here the whole day almost, now,
Yeah,
right?
I
All right, thank
appreciate
you.
your
All
help. I
right,
can
thank you.
retire in peace.
MI 20, number 5. MI 2025-003-343-10101 Academy Road. Joseph Consul is the attorney.
Good evening.
I've never seen you either here this late, Mr. Consul, ever. Just for the record, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Joseph Consul, JOSEPH,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, it's Miss Amina Hayes, and she was in the audience. Amina, are you there?
She's here.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
she's here. Come on up. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, Mr. Consul.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case by sharing your screen.
All right, our packet should be up. Joe Consul, Consul Madison.
It is.
I'm here representing the tenant, Touch of Trust LLC. Their representative is seated at the table, Miss Amina Hayes. We're here seeking a special exception to permit a child care facility, daycare center, in approximately 3,500 square feet of space on the lower level of an existing commercial building at 10101 Academy Road. We have a special exception referral. It's on the screen. We have a vote of support from the West Torresdale Moral Park Civic Association. We have a letter of support from Councilman Brian O'Neill. I'll just go through the other exhibits. This is the exterior of the property. It's a two-story mixed-use building. The space in question, as I mentioned, is on the first floor. Ms. Haynes is an experienced child care provider seeking to serve the local community. Proposed operating hours are 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Proposed capacity, though, that may change based on what the state regulations allow for, is around 30 children, and she anticipates creating approximately 10 full-time jobs with this business. We believe she's met all of the criteria for the special exception. She can explain further, but as you can see in the photos, there would be no problematic traffic generated on Academy Road. The drop off would be relatively easy given the no parking zone and easy flow of traffic around the building. Show some interior photos now. She has signed a 7-year lease, which demonstrates that she has a commitment to being a part of this community for the foreseeable future. This is a sort of a plan that we got from the landlord that shows the space that has been combined into one suite in order for my client to fit her daycare in. We included the lease in the packet. I'll go through that quickly just to get to the other items. Name change, changing from the original tenant to Touch of Trust. A tax clearance certificate. Photos of our posters. Proof of mailing. And it's kind of the grand overview. As I said, CMX1 special exception, and we have basically the full support of everyone, and including the council person O'Neill. So our hope is that the board sees fit to grant this special exception. And with that, I'll call Amina to adopt my testimony.
Why don't you get closer, turn on the mic, if you would. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay.
It's on?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Amina Haynes, Ameena, Haynes, Haynes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Consul, please proceed.
Ms. Haynes, have you heard my testimony today about your proposed childcare facility on Academy Road?
Yes.
Do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further for my client.
Ms. Haynes, do you have experience in this?
Yes, 13 years.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Yes, can you pull back up the illustrative plan that shows the daycare layout? And I guess while he's doing that, could you just walk us through your plan for the space?
The plan for the space is to service children from infancy up till 5. That's mainly what we're trying to do. And just the education system.
So how are you going to use, could you show how you're going to use this space? I mean, what's?
Yeah.
what are you-
If you
Can
go
you
up a
walk us
little
through-
bit more, it's the same layout, but there it is.
Okay,
So
I'll
it
see if
has
I can
everything is kind of like
flip it.
labeled. So we're going to have 4 classrooms. Classroom 3 is going to be the infant room. The other classrooms will be for pre-K.
And then will you share an entrance with the rest of with like the main building, or are you gonna have a dedicated entryway?
We'll share entrance on the first level. So we're on the lower level, so you have to come downstairs, and then where it says exit, that's actually the entrance to our location. So we have a completely separate door that shuts us off from the rest of the building.
Okay. And then is there a kitchen already in the space?
There is a kitchen already in the space. We just have to put our commercial refrigerator and microwave in the space so that we can prepare the food for the children.
And then are you planning to prepare meals on site, all meals on site?
Yes.
Bathroom facility. So I know like it shows the office plan or the original retail space had bathrooms. Are you doing youth fixtures or are you gonna use the bathrooms as is?
It's kind of already set up for youth. They're all low toilets, sinks are all low. We have 3 bathrooms in the facility. So it's actually one in the kitchen area where the children will wash their hands at before they eat. And then 2 of the classrooms have a bathroom area.
And then you said 30 kids is your plan for?
I'm guesstimating about 30, yes.
And then because I know that you're supposed to provide on-site play spaces, is it gonna be in each classroom? Or are you gonna be using a different space for indoor, outdoor play?
We have an outdoor space that's right next to the building. It's kind of designated right on the side of the building.
Do I have a photo of that, Ms. Haynes?
Yes, if you go up one more, you'll see it. There it is.
Here.
So right there, right behind that play door space is no driving area back there. It's like kind of a ditch on the side of the building. And then we have cut out that space right there. So you can't really see it. But where the darker area is, it's a door that lets out of the building. And then you go into the concrete and we'll go into the play space. It'll be a door right there in the front where it says 10 feet where the C is.
And what kind of fence? You have a fenced off with the exit on the fence or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our virtual audience?
I do not see
Mr.
any
Chair,
hands, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
sorry.
I did have a quick question.
Yeah, sure, Hillary, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, just so this is on the first floor. Was there a specific suite or unit number for this? I didn't see one on the lease, and I know you mentioned there were some spaces that the landlord combined to put this space together for the tenant.
There is no suite number, but we are on the lower level. It's 3 doors downstairs that we actually may be renting out in the future. So it's empty right now. It's nobody down there but us, but we are blocked off on our 3,500 square.
Nobody else down there?
No, I think the dentist office use it as a lab, but they supposed to be moving, so I'm not really sure. That's kind of been in progress with the owner for a couple of years.
But it is the first floor. I saw it was a 2-story building. It's the first floor, but you were saying something about stairs going down.
She's actually in the lower level.
Oh, so it's in the basement.
Right, exactly.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic for the Planning Commission. The property was remapped from Commercial Mixed Use 2 or CMX 2 to the current zoning of CMX 1 in 2022. The request to operate a child care center at the existing multi-tenant building would have been allowed by right under the previous CMX 2 zoning supported by the Planning Commission in the comprehensive plan. The Philadelphia City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for child care center use.
thank you. MI 2025-003-343-10101 Academy Road. I vote yes. Use in lower level.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, Mr. Consul. Thank you for coming in, and we're sorry you had to wait so long, ma'am.
It's all right.
Thank you, board.
All right. MI 2025-001-287, South A Street, Kevin Valentine, please come back. Do we see Mr. Valentine?
Can you hear me?
Well, we hear you, sir. Yep.
Okay, yeah, it says my, the host has stopped my video.
Okay. Bill, can we help him with that?
Okay. Can you see me yet?
We do. We see you.
Okay.
Okay, how are you making out?
I'm trying now to. I'm assuming you still see me?
I see you, sir.
Okay, great. I am trying now to.
There, it's coming up now.
Okay. When we were last talking, I was saying that prior to getting the notice of refusal, my client had done some work because there was water damage in the facility, and he had to repair windows to keep the water damage from getting any further. And I'm trying to now. Can you see the windows?
Yeah, we see windows.
Okay, all right. So following that, he got a refusal, and I can show you the refusal. And let's see, refusal.
Yeah, well, we have the refusal. It's multiple.
Oh, okay,
families.
you have that. All
Multiple
right.
families,
Yes, he got the
RSA
refusal.
5 zoning district.
Right, exactly. He got the refusal because it was an RSA 5 zoning district. He was trying to use it as a duplex.
Actually, it says here triplex.
Oh, excuse me, a triplex. What I should have said was he's willing to go down to a duplex if that would make the board's decision any easier. But he is currently trying to use it as a triplex. Now, on that block, there are 5 multi-unit structures. I think there's 1618, 1622, 1629, and 1625 as either being used currently as either triplexes or duplexes. And so my client's position is that while he would wants to use it as a duplex, as a triplex, he would go down to a duplex if the board allows.
So, Mr. Valentine.
Yes.
Could you show us the plans on what he wants to do?
Yes, I can.
Right,
I
sure.
absolutely can.
And some photos of the property.
Okay, all right. Let me get you some photos here.
What was it used for before? A single family home?
It was a single family home, although we do have evidence of a rental license that was granted in 2014. But let me get you a picture of the property first. Can you see the property?
We do not, sir.
Oh, boy. Okay, all right, hold on.
So Mr. Valentine, this is the integrity, the director.
Yes.
I think what you need to do there is you need to stop sharing and then start sharing again and just share your whole screen, because right now we're just seeing your like your file window, like your file
Gotcha.
folder window, because
Okay,
I think
all
you
right.
just shared that. So if you could share your whole screen, then we'll be able to see whatever is up there.
All
That
right,
should
let me
take
get
care of
back
the
to that
problem.
then. Thank
Okay?
you.
Yes.
New share. Are you able to see it now? Hello?
Yes, that.
Yes, we do.
see
Thank
it
you.
now.
Right,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
this is a picture of the property. What you can see is 3 stories. You do see the zoning poster in the window. I can give you a zoom
see
in
that.
on that
We
if
see
you'd
it.
like.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, all right. So as I was saying, on this block, there are approximately 5 duplex or triplex properties. And my client, while wishing to use it currently, while wishing to use it as a triplex, would go down to a duplex if the board so allows. And if that is
Yeah,
not
so do me a
allowed,
favor, Mr. Valentine,
yes.
why don't you show us the plans that he's thought about?
Oh, okay, plans, yes,
Right, why
okay.
don't we do that?
Okay, let's get to that.
And Mr. Valentine, as you're looking for that, could you tell us why you thought the Civic Association down there was so against it?
I think it had to do with issues of density and parking.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Let's see if I can get you these plans. Can you see the plans?
No.
Okay, all right, let me try it again. Screen. New share. Here we go. Can you see the plans now?
Yeah, but we see the plans now, yeah.
Okay. If I may have my client speak to some of the plans, if you have questions about those plans?
Sure. So why don't you, is your mic on?
Yeah.
Please state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
Aaron Huang, Aaron. Last name is Huang, Huang.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Could you walk us through the plans?
Okay, so basement will be used as a utility room for the 3 units upstairs, like the water heaters, everything. Each floor will have a 2-bedroom apartment. I will be living on the first floor. That's my original plan was, because trying to cut the cost down for my purchase the building, trying to do a renovation, right? I need to take a loans, everything out for that. Because first, I just recently married. This house is 2,200 square footage. Me and my wife, we don't really need that big of the house, right? We might grow into it, but that's gonna be in probably next 5 or later on my life, everything. So each floor, I'm trying to do this as in a little bit to like luxury apartments. So each floor that I'm gonna have a central AC, and then there will be washer and dryer, because I remember down, like I talked to I guess both my neighbors are triplex, everything. I did talk to the tenants in there. None of the triplex, the 2 neighbors I was talking to, none of the triplex have the laundry in there, and their rent is a little bit significant lower than everybody else, because it is an older house, right?
Understand.
And I'm trying to do as like I know the community was very against this
And
triplex.
what did they say to you?
I was at the meeting, right? My lawyer was my attorney was at the meeting.
Kevin, you were at the meeting?
I can speak to that, yes.
Why don't you
What
say
was your
what
question, please?
What was the conversations at the RCO meeting? Why were they against it?
The conversations revolved mainly around issues of density and parking. There were residents there who were residents of the community for a number of years, and just seemed to rail against anyone trying to bring in multifamily structures on that block.
Yes, so for that matter of fact, because since I'm the landlord in this property, right, I can control how many people is living in the unit. Probably will be 2 to 3 people per unit versus, I know like across the street where my property is at, those triplex, the community was saying they have like 10 or 15
Oh, I
people
see. Okay.
live in that. As a landlord, I can control how many people will living in my house, right? But then for the parking space, there's really nothing I can control. But far as I know is on the 8th Street, right? That's they don't have any permanent parking, but around that other blocks, right? There's like a dedicated like permanent parking, and a lot of people against it was
Right.
outside of that block versus doing that block.
Okay, all right. Mr. Valentine, why don't you have your testimony adopted?
Yes. Mr. Wang, have you heard my testimony today?
Yes,
And is it true and correct?
yes,
So will you adopt my testimony as your own?
yes.
All right, questions from the board?
There's a comment that too, the one, thing of the having to go through the bedroom to get to the backyard is always a big problem for me. And I do agree with the community in terms of the density of these units, really sort of based on the layout.
Other questions?
What would the trash plan be for, the units?
Like a dedicated trash area for
How would you handle trash coming out of the property?
uh,
Where would you have it stored?
first floor would be stored like there's a little like outside backyard everything, and my plan was to maybe to build a little like a deck on the second and third floor, so my tenant can store the trash outside prior to the
On a deck?
yeah.
Well, yeah, you'd have to get permits for that. too.
Yeah, that's why I was going to like once I set a plan in there, right? I was trying to do that because that's also my one of the concern because I have family members live around the area, everything. When they renting out the house, right? They are saying the trash is one of their concerns. That's why they have a building like that because I think Philadelphia right now they planning to do it twice a week. But as far as I know, from that street is once a week, and during the summer times, the trash will get, and they don't want to leave the trash inside the house. That's why I was saying, I was thinking about building like like maybe just a small area, like a deck outside, so my tenants can store the trash in the enclosure.
That's not before us today, where you'd have to have that approved, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up from a Louis Diorio. I will promote
Sure.
them to panelists and they should be back in short.
Good evening, Mr. Diorio.
Good evening.
Hi, Mr. Diorio. Good evening.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Diorio. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine.
Okay, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Louis Diorio, Louisdiorio.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Diorio, are you a neighbor?
No, I'm the son of the property owner, directly behind the property in question.
Okay, all right. Well, why don't you start your testimony?
Right, first, I just want to ask the board, when you had said that you got the letter from the Civic Association, we also had a petition submitted to the board, and we wanted to be sure that that was in the file of the number of at least 50 signatures against this zoning change.
Okay, we'll check our files and I'll make sure we put it in the file if I can find it. Okay?
Right, so
What's your position with this project?
again, I'm the son of the property owner. I don't live there, but my mom, it's my mom. She's 89 years old, so I'm
Right.
representing her interest here.
Yeah, but I'm saying, are you against it?
No, yeah, I'm absolutely against it. The attorney for the petitioner here is correct. The first thing is that neighborhood, PPA has a field day in that neighborhood. Every single night, there's 5 or 6 people that are getting tickets because parking is absolutely a nightmare, as you can imagine. Secondly, that neighborhood, most people are they're adding a 3rd story to make single family homes. They're doing the complete opposite of what's being asked here. It's a very popular area. A lot of young people are moving into it, and they want larger homes. So what's being proposed here is completely opposite of what we're seeing. If you would tour the neighborhood, you would see people are building 3-story buildings, and they're also adding a 3rd story to existing 2-story properties.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I also want to say, in light of what's going on, is the windows that he said that he put in, and he did change those windows. I don't know if Ellen and I even approved them, but it's not it wouldn't be the quality of a property that I would want to be supporting if it was my property or if I had to live in there.
Okay, so I don't think the windows are the issue right now, but we appreciate you taking the time to call us, and we heard what you said, okay? Thank you, sir.
But most importantly, I want you guys to be sure that you're seeing the petition that was circulated and approved by many, many people in the neighborhood, including right on the block in question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Durio.
Mr. Chair, I just want to note for the record, I do not see that we have a petition. Mr. Diorio,
Sorry,
if
Hillary,
it is.
Hillary.
Okay, yes?
This is the Integrity Executive Director. We do have the petition, and
Oh,
it
okay.
was uploaded through the portal.
Oh, okay, thank you. Must come in late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
So
for
we do have it,
clarifying.
Mr. Durio.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. Sorry. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The appellant has not shown that the property cannot possibly be used in strict conformity with the zoning code. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for 3-family household living or 2-family household
Thank you.
living.
Council? Mr. Valentine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right, so Mr. Valentine, we're going to hold this for a vote. We'll vote in 2 weeks on Wednesday, and we're going to announce the vote at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the virtual audience whose case has not been called from the 3:30 list?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. I think we got a lot accomplished today and a lot of cases, and I think this is the first time I've ever had like 2 o'clock and 3:30, not one continuous. Thank you very much. Hillary, thank you, Hillary. Hope your kids are
You're
better.
welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, take care, everybody.